Accident Board to a 6-year term. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 22E, Section 4. Voting the nominee for your resume, sincerely, Charles D. Baker. Okay, with that, we are ready to go. We don't have witnesses.
Do have witnesses.
You do?
Mr. Jubenville, yes.
Okay. Did you advise them about the law of brevity?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You can take
Go ahead.
So the soul of wit, they say. Thank you. My name is Mary Connaughton. I have known Ed McGrath for close to 2 decades, and it's truly an honor to speak about his character before this council. I know Ed in several capacities, professionally as an attorney, politically as an advisor to my auditor's campaign, spiritually as a fellow parishioner. We are members of the same community, Framingham. I consider him. Ed is a man of high ethical character. He's diligent, hardworking. He is exceptionally smart and is an excellent attorney. I trust him without hesitation. But what I want to convey most to this council are 2 of his traits that I believe would best serve the Commonwealth in his capacity as a judge. I served on the Commission of Judicial Conduct for over 5 years. As you may know, the commission consists of 3 judges, 3 attorneys, and 3 members of the general public. I represented the general public. It was a great vantage point to learn about what makes a truly successful, respected judge. 2 of the most common concerns the public has with judges are perceived bias and the belief that they were not given a full opportunity to be heard. He is a man of tremendous ability to be truly objective. He has innate capacity to dissect issues from all sides. I have seen him do that many times. Bias will never be an issue with him. Ed is also a man of patience. He doesn't rush people. He listens. I have seen him conduct meetings with the demeanor that one would expect of a judge. Those who appear before him will most certainly be fully heard. I have no doubts that Ed McGrath will not only serve the Commonwealth well, but he will serve it with excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
So you've seen him, how many years have you been involved in?
Well, I've known him for 18 years in various capacities.
Okay. So he has handled over 1,000 cases. What stands out? Was there any case that you saw that you were really impressed with, was really unique?
With those cases, I don't have, I can't witness those cases. I don't work with him, and I know him in other capacities, not in the capacity that he is currently working with.
But you hear from people who have appeared before him, years looking at those cases for disability, retirement, and all of that.
I haven't spoken with those people.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
I have not.
So so how have you observed him?
I've observed him. He advised me when I ran for state auditor. Through knowing him as a friend. Serving when I ran for state auditor, he was an advisor to my campaign. I served on the Framingham Republican Town Committee with him, and he was chairman of that committee. That's where I saw him conduct meetings. I've known him, we were both parents, our kids went to the same school. I've known him.
So what would you say about his demeanor, if you could give one?
He's patient and understanding. Patient is key for him. And, I think that's what really makes a huge difference. So,
Well, thank you. Your testimony means a lot.
thank you. My honor.
Councilor Arnall.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if anyone else does. I don't have a copy of the witness list, Mr. Clerk.
I don't either. We
So I don't know whose copy was gone.
Sorry, Counselor, I didn't know I was to submit a witness.
Yeah, that's always a list. Not your fault, whatever. Yeah. We always have a list, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
I'm a strong advocate for injured people. Okay, there's a lot of people out there who get injured and who are hurting. And they need, I don't know about you, but most people need a weekly paycheck. That's important for me. Tell me about, is he compassionate?
Very compassionate.
I'm asking because that's important.
Yeah, he is extremely compassionate. He's a giving person. I've, in times of trouble, I've talked to him when I'm going through certain situations and it's in need of his advice. I think the world of him. I can't imagine that he would be anything but highly compassionate. He listens to.
Okay, there's a lot of people,
Ran
like
a
I
good
said, he
race.
get hurt.
She ran a good race.
And they can't wait 2, 3, 4 weeks till they get a check, never mind if it's appealed, it's another year. I think he's the type of guy who's gonna be compassionate to the injured workers of Massachusetts.
I think he will not act with any delay. He gets things done. And delay is something that I know that people can't afford. Like you said, people need their paycheck. Ed gets stuff done. He doesn't sit on things. He won't, take too long to deliberate so the person's already out of a paycheck. He'll get it done. He understands, his fellow human being.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Kennedy.
You went for auditors? You went a great campaign.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very impressed by it.
I had people.
Although I question your judgment, the fact that you ran at all for office.
Well, I'm in good company here, I guess.
Mary, you also had a term who is on the Board of the Turnpike?
I was on the Turnpike Board as well as on the Commission of Judicial Conduct.
Yeah, how long were you on the Turnpike Board?
That from 2005 until they basically got rid of it in 2009 with transportation reform.
Yeah, because I know you were spearheading some issue there back in the day.
I think
Yeah, yeah,
tolls,
yeah.
fairness.
Well, nice to have you here, and thank you for your input.
It's my pleasure. And again, thank you for considering Ed.
Do we have any other witnesses? Yes, sir, step forward, you shall be heard. Except if you go on for more than 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Only kidding.
I'm honored to appear before the Governor's Council. I'm honored to speak on behalf of Edward McGrath.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Kenneth Bressler. For the record, that's Bresler. I am an administrative magistrate of the Division of Administrative Law Appeals.
Middlesex County District Attorney.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Go ahead.
Mr. McGrath is my supervisor. I've known him for 8 years, worked with him for 6. I want to tell you about his traits as Chief Administrative Magistrate that allow me to recommend him as an administrative judge for the Industrial Accident Board. He is fair. He doesn't play favorites or insiders in the office. He's willing to listen, both on the bench and off. He's principled. He has no ego that I have discerned. He's a decent person. Following up on the comments from the previous witness, he is patient. He is gracious. I suspect that he is unflappable. In any event, I've never seen him flapped. He's dedicated to getting the jobs done, and I say that in the plural because as Chief Administrative Magistrate, he has multiple jobs to take care of and achieve. I want to tell you about a typical interaction with Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath. If I have a question or a concern, I'll go to his office. His door is invariably open. He is accessible and approachable. If he's ever said, "I'm too busy," I don't remember. He's receptive to questions and ideas, and new solutions. And what his questions will typically be, his concerns will be about the rights of parties, especially due process. Want to know about the public's right to know. He'll want to know what's efficient for the organization. If I express impatience with a party or a lawyer, hear me out because that's who he is. But he won't join my expression of impatience because that's also who he is. So I've been told to be brief. I'm willing to answer any questions, but I highly recommend Edward McGrath as a administrative judge for the Industrial Accident Board.
Thank you. Any questions?
So, I mean,
Counselor Ainella?
thank you. What does the Chief Administrative Magistrate, Massachusetts Division of Administrative Law Appeals? How does someone come before them?
How does somebody come before the
This is-
the Division of Administrative Law Appeals? There's about 20 state agencies
There's
that,
a lot of people on webcam. What is that?
okay, about 20 state agencies feed cases to the Division of Administrative Law Appeals. The division has three main functions: people who have state benefits such as pensions, and they've been denied a portion of that they appeal. They want a hearing, it comes to DALA. Or somebody has a state license, for instance, a doctor. Board of Registration of Medicine says, this is what you did inappropriately. Doctor says, I want a hearing, it comes to the Division of Administrative Law Appeals. The major category of cases are fines by the state. So the state attorney general might fine an employer for not paying the minimum wage. The employer said, no, I did pay the minimum wage, I want a hearing. It'll come to DALA, and Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath will make sure that it's assigned to the appropriate administrative magistrate.
So on these disability claims, someone's been denied retirement. It could come before him.
Could come before him sitting as an administrative magistrate, but he's supervising the distribution of cases, making sure they get out, making sure that people with accidental disability claims are getting their claims heard in a timely manner.
He does not handle the cases himself, or he does.
He does, so he has hands-on experience. I do.
I'm just curious, if you had to take a wild guess, those cases that come before you, somebody appealing a denial, like say retirement or whatever, what's the percentage ballpark of those cases that the claimant prevails? 1 out of 10, 9 out of 10? Final guess.
I wouldn't begin. There are statistics, I believe, from our document system.
Your cases, give me a sense of, well, let me give you, okay, yeah, your cases, I'm just curious. Because I'm not familiar with this. I have 10 cases, I usually approve 9 out of 10. Oh, I don't know. What you look at the facts and all that, you want to give a fee, you know. I'm just trying to get a sense what this, I'm not familiar with this.
A lot of I would hesitate to characterize the cases that appear in front of me because I'm hearing active cases. I'm hearing,
The ones that you've given the last 3 have already been disposed of.
I would hesitate to, yes, to maintain my partiality and the appearance of partiality in front
Well,
of.
just let you know, I asked all the judges, and there's been a lot of them that's going to be close over here. It's probably over 100, well over 100. I was asking that question. They always answer. But there's no way that this.
Because I wasn't expecting the question, and
The question's going to be, I get it. But if someone asks me, I do personal injury. On the answer says, what percent of the cases do we get a fee in? I say 95%. There's no way that's such a difficult question. It's an easy question. If you're here on behalf of this gentleman, and you're supporting him, and I want to get a sense of, what do you like? You're one of his sponsors. I'm getting the sense that you should improvement. That's the
sorry, that I don't what?
Somebody comes before you has been denied for state retirement. I'm getting the feeling that you don't override the law. I don't know where it came from before. That's a question again. We don't. Just to let you know.
I'm sorry to give that impression. What I do know is that as chief administrative magistrate, Mr. McGrath ensures that we give full consideration to all our accidental disability claims and wants us to give those priority because the people are injured and are waiting those priorities over other state pension cases.
I've got it, I've already said it. Like I said, it's been a long time. They all come before us, well, we'll be fair, we'll be this, we give them a fair hearing. I'm compassionate, you know, as long as if there's a close call, I'll give a call to whatever. And I said, give me a sense where you've been the last, say, from the reappointment. What do you like? What percent of the cases are you giving, putting the client on workers' comp? They all give me a thing, it's not that complicated. But you don't want to give it, that's good. I have a real problem with Mr. McGrath, and he doesn't come up, so he's got plenty of time to think of that. Because I'm getting the sense that I'm going to find you, it's gonna be tough to oversee the impression. I could be totally wrong. Without answering that question, I'm getting the impression I wouldn't want to go in front of you if I had an issue on retirement, because I'm leery. Just what I'm, that's the impression I'm getting. I'm also.
The policy and the ethos that the chief administrative magistrate sets is firmness and fairness. We have no authority. We have no equity jurisdiction. We apply the law strictly.
First of all, it's good to see you again.
See you, Counselor.
We've known each other for at least 3 decades, I think.
Think so?
I only knew that dollar existed because of you, conversations we've had over the years, but I really didn't understand what they did until I talked to the nominee and got a sense of what's going on. And before and after I talked to the nominee, I talked to a lot of lawyers who go before you guys. And the impression I got is they're not exactly thrilled with where things land in the disability pension area. I was going to ask that question before, so I'll get into it. Because what I got from it is that most of them, the agency is upheld, that denied the pension, the vast majority of them. And I talked to the nominee about that, and he talked about how he understands that. And I talked to it in the context of a permanent and total disability for workers' compensation, because that's similar. And what he said to me, that the standard of proof was very different. The standard that you apply is different than what would be applied in the workers' compensation statute. Think about that. Would you agree that most of them are denied on disability pensions? And I focus on that. I know you do. I'm amazed at what you guys do. You have to get pretty knowledgeable in a lot of areas, up to including special education denials, he told me. So it's pretty wild, the broad range of cases that you handle. I was astounded, but focusing on disability pensions, because that's kind of what he's going to be doing when he's doing workers' compensation. Most of them denied?
Again, I do not have statistics. I know that many lawyers and pro se petitioners in pension cases argue things that are not within our jurisdiction, like I'm a hard worker and I deserve this pension and can you give me a break? And we can't.
Well, you got to be disabled, right? If you're going for a disability pension, you got to be disabled. And I don't know if it has to be work related. I guess some are work related and some are ordinary disability pensions that are different.
It has to be work related. Other elements have to be checked.
Right. So if it's a work-related disability, that's similar to workers' compensation. You'd agree with me, you know?
There's overlaps in the law, and sometimes we cite workers' compensation law.
You have some experience with respect to that.
Exactly.
I guess the question is, what is so different about applying the law to a disability pension where workers saying, I'm disabled, I need this pension now because of my disability, and applying a disability, a permanent total, because that's what we're kind of talking about with the disability pension, a permanent total in a workers' compensation case. And when I see a lot of denials at dollar for disability pensions, and people have told me that, I haven't seen the numbers, but lawyers have told me that. And then he's going to be going in and doing workers' comp that involve a lot of permanent and total disability claims. don't you think everybody here is pro-employee, everybody in this room, was worried about the injured worker. That has me struggling a little bit with that issue, and I think that's what Council Iannella was getting at. It seems that the vast majority of disability pensions that come before you, from what I've heard, are denied. Not you personally, but Dollar.
If I could reassure you, from what I know about workers' compensation law, and I'm not steeped in it, there are overlaps between Chapter 32, which we deal with at DALA, and workers' compensation law. My understanding of workers' compensation law is it's less strict. There's fewer boxes to check and hoops to jump through.
Well, that's what he explained to me, that the standard is different in terms of when someone's disabled. So I don't know if it's that different on a permanent and total.
I don't know. I know that petitioners come to us and say, I got workers' compensation, therefore I should get an accidental disability retirement. And the standards are higher and different, and we can't grant an accidental disability retirement pension because somebody, just on the basis someone got work.
Are they de novo appeals?
Yes.
The agency?
Yes.
Denied it?
Yes.
So you can basically, you're not just seeing if it's some type of abuse of discretion by the agency. You can hear the facts, determine the facts yourself, and make a determination based on the evidence presented.
That's correct.
Independent of the agency.
Right. And I won't say plenty, they would take a look at retirement boards who are denying pensions, and sometimes we'll talk in the hall, the administrative magistrates, this was denied, really? This was denied? And then we'll talk about lawyers who represent retirement boards, and we'll say, well, they're pushing the envelope here in denials. Whatever the ethos is in the Industrial Accident Board, I'm sure that Edward McGrath can adhere to that. And my understanding of workers' compensation is that the benefit is to give an injured worker workers' compensation. It's in lieu of court litigation, and that the standards are lower to grant it. I'm convinced that Mr. McGrath can adhere to the standards that he has handed.
The other complaint I got, and this touches on something that Council Iannella said, is how long it takes from the time of a hearing before you guys, get a hearing and a final decision, is upwards of 3 years.
In accidental disability retirement, I don't have the statistics, but I do not think it's 3 years, because Chief Administrative Magistrate does put a priority, recognizing that people need to get their.
The average time for decisions out of dollar, just in general. I'm told that the backlog is a 3-year backlog. I understand since he's come in, it's been cut down a little bit, but it's still pretty bad.
The total numbers, I believe, are going down. And
When we talk, every day I'm asking you, I ask the nominee on the phone.
Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath assigned me in January of this year to work down the backlog on one category of cases we have.
What category?
Rate setting cases. Rate setting. So nursing homes and similar facilities.
Rate setting is a lot less important to me than a disabled person who doesn't have any money.
It's a category that I want to use as an example.
What we're talking about, because we're talking about him being a workers' compensation judge, deciding if people are injured, and people, if they don't have a paycheck, they're losing their home if they're injured. And if you give them a decision 3 years from now that they should get the paycheck, well, they may have lost their home in the 3 years.
If you're talking about a 3-year case, I don't know about it. If you're talking about whether Mr. McGrath, as a administrative judge of the Industrial Accident Board, will get his cases out timely in a way that will keep injured people from losing their homes, I'm convinced that he'll be able to do that, and he will do that.
Thanks, it was good to see you.
And you?
Counsel?
Thank you for testifying. I appreciate you coming. The nominee has 32 employees, and you're one of them. Tell me, what interaction do you have? He's your boss.
I described a typical interaction when I come to him with professional issues. He sets the tone for the office. It's a genial office. I think people enjoy working there. His door is always open, and he is amenable to concerns. He's the head of two agencies, in effect, the Division of Administrative Law Appeals and the Bureau of Special Education Appeals. I'm in the Division of Administrative Law Appeals. I often have a consideration just for DALA, and Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath will say, no, I'm responsible for the SEA as well. He is inclusive, and he does not forget who he represents.
So if you find something that you need some advice on when you're handling the case, do you go to him?
I do, and I trust his instincts. That's why I go to him.
Your testimony means a lot. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your statement. Let me ask you, what is your position there?
My position at DAL is administrative magistrate, so I'm one of the rank and file administrative law judges who report to Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath.
Now, did you have to get nominated by the governor and come to the council when you got that?
I did not.
Doesn't require that?
No.
Who appoints you?
The previous Chief Administrative Magistrate, and then when I left DAL for 2 years, Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath rehired me.
I assume the agency keeps statistics on hearings you have,
Yes.
the results of those hearings.
Yes.
Have you ever read them?
I have not. They're in a automatic docketing system that is bulky and hard to read.
Did you ever discuss them?
Not the nitty-gritty statistics. I'm aware of the number of cases that Chief Administrative Magistrate has closed in the past year, which is 1,500, because he instructed me to do it and gave me the tools and green light to close
How
them.
many cases have you done? Have you made a decision? Are you alone making the decision, or do you have two other people with you?
Alone.
Okay, so how many hearings and decisions have you made?
Approximately 400.
Since when?
I started in 2011. I was there through 2019, and I returned in March 2021.
And when was your last one?
My last hearing was yesterday. My last decision, I'm working on a decision that I can say this for the case before that was brought by the Disabled Persons Protection Commission. It's one of the 24 or so agencies that feed cases to us. They've just started feeding cases to us. Because this is a new area for us, this decision has taken longer than, say, a pension case. So that is the one I've been working on for a while. I anticipate it coming out within the next couple of weeks, and the parties know that because I'm in constant touch with them and asking questions to make sure that I get it right, which is one of the things that I get from Chief Administrative Magistrate McGrath. Make sure you get it right.
Okay. So Brianella asked, what was the percentage of cases that the board allowed? I'll ask you, of the 400 cases you had, approximate ballpark, understand you haven't memory of every single one of them, if somebody were to say to you, how many of those cases have you allowed the worker to get the disability as opposed to denying?
Before I answer that question, I want to emphasize that DALA has three categories of cases. One of them is state benefits.
Yeah.
And only part of the state benefits are state pension cases.
Okay, well, let's start with the state benefits. How many of those, ballpark percentage, have you allowed rather than denied?
I hesitate to give even ballpark because we're trained not to think that way. I wrote an article when I was a prosecutor about prosecutors keeping win-loss records and how that skewed their decision making.
Excuse me. This isn't a win-loss record. This is a statistic that is kept by your agency. You said you haven't read that, so you don't know about it. I'm not asking you to say 32.5%. I'm asking you to say, on the whole, the range is 20% are allowed, which approximately, by presenting evidence, maybe 25%, or it's 50-50 usually, depending on the facts of the case and the injuries that the worker has. And I understand if you said 50%, it may be 30, it may be 60. You're giving me an opinion of how many.
I've never really thought about that. I don't have a ballpark estimate. If I could
Ask you. You did one recently, right? You said you finished one recently.
Well, I'm working on,
Not the one you're working on, the one before that you had finished.
I'm thinking which I finished most recently, yes.
Okay, and was that allowed or denied?
Denied that. I denied an accidental, no, I denied a petitioner who was trying to change her retirement option
Okay,
after the fact.
okay. And I don't know this, I don't go there, so I don't know the standard of evidence that you have to deal with. I say that up front, so it may be a high standard to meet. I don't know.
I mean, I could talk about that case if you want.
I don't want you to talk about the case. That's not important to me. What I'm getting at is you seem very hesitant to tell the committee, the council here, of approximately how many of these things are allowed and how many of them are denied, which I don't understand. And what I sense I get from that is you don't want to tell us.
If I give you the impression, here's the reason I hesitate. I'm not in that mode.
I'm not, this is nothing about mode. This is about us inquiring the citizens that we represent, how many of them that go to this body are successful or not. And the ones that aren't, it may be the best decision you can make, and maybe you don't even want to make that decision, but you have to based on the evidence. So I don't get the hesitant to say.
If I could explain, another consideration is I'm a rank and file administrative magistrate.
Yeah.
The chief of the agency is sitting here. I don't speak for the Division of Administrative Law Appeals.
I'm not asking you to do that.
But I have to defer to his authority
to tell us, my opinion is 30% of the people are successeful?
But I'm also telling you that's not the way I think. I will tell you something which I can see is not answering your question.
No, I know you're not answering it at all, and I do not understand why, other than I have to draw the conclusion, you do not want to tell us 95% of the people that come up, boom, go down. I don't know, I'm making that up.
If they argue that they deserve a pension because they are hardworking.
No, please. The question is a simple one. Simple one. I could ask a judge tomorrow, how many people do you think you found not guilty on jury waived OUI trials? The judge might say, yeah, it's probably about 50-50, depending on the facts. It's not a secret. You can't even give us a ballpark opinion. I don't get that.
Statistics are available, but I don't have the statistics and I haven't looked at them. What I would like to add is one of Dallas' missions, as I see it, chief administrative magistrate may never have it articulated, but when I talk to people, one of the things that Dallas does is to restrain government overreaching by other administrative agencies.
What does that have to do with what I'm asking?
Because sometimes the retirement boards overreach
Okay.
and deny applicants pensions on bases that
Then do they appeal that decision?
that comes to us, and we're like speaking among ourselves, and I'll go up and down the hall talking to my colleagues and say, like, how did the retirement board deny this?
So when a case like that happens, do you overturn that decision?
Definitely. I mean,
How many times do you think you've overturned those decisions?
that's the estimate that I don't have, but I have sat on the bench and.
I'll tell you right now, Mr. McGrath wants this appointment. I don't think you're helping him as a witness here. It's going to hurt him, because we're going to ask him those questions, and if he gives the same answers, I'm giving him a hint, he may be in trouble here. You were the first person that's ever come in here and not been able to express an opinion about decisions and the amounts made. I've been here 10 years, I've never heard anybody say what you've said, other than to deny my question and talk answers that have nothing to do with my question. And I only get the sense from that is you don't do it very often. Otherwise, you'd be glad to say, hey.
I would characterize it as we don't do it often. I don't know, I would characterize it as very often. I would hesitate to come up with a percentage. I also don't know whether I'm getting assigned a representative sample of cases. I'm
just asking you your cases, that's all. So
Cases-
I assume that more often than not, they're denied because the evidence just isn't there. I get that sense, right?
More often than not, I'm willing to say.
Okay. So more often than not, people get denied.
More often than not, the cases that I'm assigned, I have denied in the past year, I'll say that.
Okay. More than you've allowed. But is that, in your opinion, reflective on the whole, based on the evidence that is presented by people asking for this relief? You just can't do it. It's not.
A lot of times, the I's are not dotted, the T's are not crossed, either by the lawyers or the pro se petitioners.
Okay.
We have flexibility as an administrative law tribunal. We'll reopen the record. We'll ask for records during the hearing. Someone may not have it. I may be writing a decision and realize that I don't have the information I need. I have reopened the records, the record of the hearing to make sure that I get it right, because that's the ethos that is important.
I get that.
Chief Administrative Magistrate.
Okay, Counselor, I know.
Real quick. It really is struggling. Maybe you don't answer these questions, but as I'm sitting here, I said to myself, what if someone asked me, what's the percentage of the games that stumbled to the Bruins that won at home this year? I haven't been at a game for either one, okay? I've never watched a Bruins game this year, watched like two Celtics. I said, oh, they're doing pretty well. I gotta say 82%. I don't keep records, I don't follow them, but I have a number. Someone said to me, the last 3 months, I've offered you out for dinner. A number. You can't give anything, nothing. I get what it means, but as Councilman Schubel said, I'm gonna ask these questions. Okay, just to let you know. Yeah, I don't think you helped them either, but no further questions.
Anybody else?
Could you just give me an overview of how this organization runs? In other words, he is the chief
Administrative Magistrate.
administrative magistrate. So Is he the one that runs the whole organization?
Yes, he runs the Division of Administrative Law Appeals and the Bureau of Special Education Appeals, which is a sister agency that I do not work for.
Okay. And under him, what is the next highest rank?
There is a first administrative magistrate for the Division of Administrative Law Appeals, and for the Bureau of Special Education Appeals, there is somebody running that, and I'm not sure of her title, but it's a flat hierarchy.
Let's just stick with the retirement aspect of the big one, not the teacher one. So under that person, who's next?
Rank and file administrative magistrates such as myself.
And how many different administrative magistrates are there?
I think the count is 8, below the chief and the first assistant.
So of the 8, does each one have a separate type of case that they deal with?
Now, we're all juggling the 20 or so cases that are coming from other agencies.
Per week, per month, per year?
Sometimes we'll get a spurt of cases from, say, the Board of Registration in Medicine. We have a steady flow of cases from local and state retirement boards. Sometimes we get really obscure appeals that we won't see for years.
Okay, so you said you are just doing one kind.
No, I'm handling cases from all the agencies that feed cases to DALA.
Okay,
The bread and butter of the Division of Administrative Law Appeals, not a majority of cases, but a plurality of cases, I believe, are state pension cases. Of the state pension cases, they are not all accidental disability retirement cases. But the other category of cases are state licenses, such as for doctors, and state fines, like to employers.
and that required 30, it says 32 employees. So everybody else under the first 10 are administrative people who file papers and present.
We have a handful of administrative staffers at the Division of Administrative Law Appeals. I believe that the rest of the employees are at the Bureau of Special Education Appeals.
Okay. So saying that, you can't tell us how many of your cases on a percentage basis within a 1-year period, just the last year, were either allowed or denied?
If you're talking about state pension cases, I can try to do a mental recap without having my docket in front of me.
That's all we're asking for.
My impression is, my memory as I sit here is that I have denied the appeals of more pension cases than I have affirmed.
More.
Sorry, I've affirmed the retirement board's decision rather than reverse the retirement board's decision.
More than 5, more than 25, more than 50?
I can get those numbers to you if you want. I certainly don't want my inability to answer to affect the nomination of Mr. McGrath.
I guess I would say, sir, that I've asked you what time it is, and you've told me how to build a watch, but I still don't know what time it is. So I'm not going to ask any more questions. I give up.
Thank you for your testimony. We have any other witness here?
Thank you.
Councilor Jubenville, if it's okay, I'd like to take my turn.
I'm going to give you your term. Relax. You got to have patience as a judge, right?
Yes, and I do.
Okay. Patience, they say, is the virtue of all others. When you have patience, you can have the other virtues. Anybody here against the nomination? Hearing none, we will hear from you. Convince us of why we should vote for you.
Thank you, Councilor Jubenville, and thank you all for your time. I have a ton of people to thank. Right now, I'd like to discuss the workings of the Division of Administrative Law Appeals. And I will just say thank you to Tricia. I owe you everything. Thank you. That
Is Tricia your wife?
is my wife, yes.
Glad you said that. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble here.
To the extent that Magistrate Bressler couldn't provide the statistics you are looking for, that was a decision I make. I prepare a monthly report, and I do not include that monthly report numbers concerning the outcomes of cases. They know which cases they closed, and they know that, but they don't know those numbers. Before I tell you the statistics, I would like to do something I generally don't do. I'd like to take a moment to read out loud from the Supreme Judicial Court opinion of Richard V. Wheeler, and that's at 431 Mass 163.
How many page decision?
It's 3 off the internet, but I'm only going to read a paragraph.
Okay, read it.
The causation element of the act, referring to the Workers' Compensation Act, as already noted, is far less restrictive than that of the Accidental Disability Retirement Statute. As in NAMVA, that was an early SJC case, we acknowledge that the strict causation requirement of the retirement statute can yield harsh results for employees who have suffered disabling injuries. However, to reiterate what we said in that case, unless and until the legislature amends the Accidental Disability Retirement Statute to relax this requirement, fairness demands that we apply the statute's terms consistently to all claimants. The standard for accidental disability retirement is higher than the standard for workers' compensation. I understand that the Workers' Compensation Act was set up over 100 years ago to take care of injured workers and their families. The legislature made that decision. The legislature also made the decision that the standard for accidental disability retirement benefits is higher. Now, the statistic I have on accidental disability retirement cases is that people seeking accidental disability retirement benefits succeed at DALR about 30% of the time. My numbers are about 44%. DALR is overturned by CRAB or the Superior Court less than 20% of the time on accidental disability cases.
What's CRAB?
That's the Contributory Retirement Appeal Board. The legislature assigned DALR to hear cases for the Contributory Retirement Appeal Board, who then reviews our decisions.
Okay, go ahead.
I began my career at the Department of Industrial Accidents in Worcester back in the early 90s. I had occasion to participate in conciliations, conferences, and hearings. I had the good fortune to appear in front of a lot of good judges there. My career took me down a different path for a while, and then I had the opportunity about 8 years ago to work at the Division of Administrative Law Appeals. Counselor Hurley, it is 32 employees. 22 of those employees work at the Bureau of Special Education Appeals. The other 10, including myself, work in what I call the General Jurisdiction Unit, and those magistrates are assisted by 2 administrative assistants. Last year, that unit sold more cases than it took in. The inventory of cases in that unit has been cut by 47% while I've been there. When I started, there were about 4,800 cases in that inventory. There are less than 2,500 now. I'm very proud of that. When I started, the wait for an accidental disability case to be reached was 18 months. It is now down to 6 months. Decisions do take too long, but we have made progress. I'm proud of that progress. Yes. I'd like to do now is take your questions, and if there's time after that for me to tell people thank you, I will. But if there isn't, I understand. I really respect all the work you have to do in your time. So thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Councilor Devaney.
Nice to see you again. Thank you for all the time you've afforded me. Tell us how your position as clerk administrative magistrate of law appeals helps and really qualifies you for this position to be a member of the Appellate Practice Board.
Well, the Department of Industrial Access.
Did I say appellate tax? I'm sorry. Sorry, I've met with 5 people this week, and so I'm getting a little confused, and I did meet with you, and I appreciate that. So tell us about your position so that, we can further know, how you apply this to the new position of the industrial access.
I think the most overlap would be on the accidental disability retirement cases that we've been discussing. And in those cases, we're responsible to review any medical records submitted by the party, the expert testimony, which is written, including a 3-person panel, which I think, a medical panel, which I think is analogous to the impartial position the DIA uses. So the nuts and bolts, the mechanics of the job, I think are very similar. The difference is that standard we talked about earlier. That is a different standard. But in the way we analyze medical records, the familiarity we have to have with those medical records, the way we review witnesses and hear live testimony and assess their credibility. There's a lot of similarities there.
I have to tell you, they have a new rule and I'm timed, so that's why I want to cut through the chase. I'm sorry. So I think your qualifications, I've been here 23 years. I haven't seen this type of qualifications going before the industrial action, but I think that's quite unique. And also, you were 30 years in private practice, that you have worked with individuals, in need and all of that. So tell me about special needs. You've been involved in that?
You have the Bureau of Special Education Appeals, which handles cases involving school districts and students who have special needs. I supervise that agency. I'm responsible for hiring, firing, and the budget, but I don't have any day-to-day involvement in those types of cases or writing those decisions.
Well, I was especially interested because I'm a teacher and I did work as a special needs tutor in Waltham with special needs, and I was just wondering, your position on that. Now, tell me, as far as, I'm very impressed that you've had writings. So you wrote something for the Mass Tort Law Manual. So tell us about that, torts to property, which I have no idea what that is. What did you do?
Well, if something burns down, who's responsible for it, who's going to pay for it? The MCLE asked me to do it, so I did it for a number of years. When I took the job I have now, I stopped being involved in that for time reasons, but it was something I did for a while.
So this is the first time you've applied?
For the DIA, I did apply for the district court and superior court. I did not get by the JNC.
In this administration?
Yes.
Well, I really don't, we've got someone that we've already gone into someone else's time because they're so close that they're scheduled. So I really can't get into everything, but we talked about everything when I met with you. And, I was educated about the job that you did and impressed that you have, over 1,000 cases a year and 32 people under you. So I think you know, do you think there's any learning curve with this knowledge you have going on the Industrial Action Board?
Absolutely. I recognize that. I have obtained some materials from MCLE, and I talked to the senior judge Hernandez about it and Judge King about it. And I hope when I'm there 5 or 6 years, I'll be learning every day too. I am committed to learning the job and doing it the best way I can, because I do know how critical it is for the people who are appearing there, looking for the benefits they're entitled to, and for their families and themselves.
No, it's an important board, and I have to tell you, I'm proud of everyone that's on there, and you had the best boss. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Iannella.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ben Tillman. You talked to, I know you said you talked to Omar, Judge, the senior judge, Omar Hernandez. Phenomenal guy, great guy, the highest guy. Have you talked to anybody who is lawyers who appeared before the DIA?
About it, I don't think I have.
And at one point,
I'm sorry, I spoke to Morgan Gray. When
does he represent employees or employers?
employees, that's my understanding, employees. And he appears at Dow.
And what?
He also appears at Dow. That's why I reached out to him.
And at one point you worked at the DIA, or you worked in, well, you not necessarily the DIA, but you had cases.
Yes, a lot of cases there.
You mentioned conciliation. He's asked this question like the last witness, about how many you had. You know, wow, 1,005, 10, just ballpark.
I appeared at 30 or 40 conciliations.
You know, on behalf of employees or employers.
All the work I did then was for commercial union insurance company.
So, on behalf of employers. Okay. Ballpark, just to let you know. I have not appeared at the DIA in years, 20, 30 years, but I am somewhat familiar, someone to be right up front with you. The question I'm going to ask you, if I ask myself, I will be able to give an answer to. Okay? Of the 30, I should say 30 cases, of the 30 cases that you did at the conciliation level, how many got pushed forward to our conference? And/or, the same question, and/or how many were resolved? And if you're not sure what that means, I can explain, because you've been out for a while.
I do understand the question, and I would say 75% got pushed on.
Okay, and the other 25, I assume the employees attorney had to withdraw evidence to go forward. They have enough evidence to push it forward.
There were agreements.
Okay, so it's 24, say there's 30 cases. X amount got pushed forward, X amount, there was they call Section 19 agreements, which means it's resolved. And there's some cases that the employee didn't have enough evidence and they have to withdraw. These are the three options that I do. So I'll make it easy. Of the 30, how many cases is you're representing the insurance company, the employer? How many employees now actually withdraw? Not withdraw. Okay.
Less than 10, I'm probably closer to 5.
5 cases. So 5 is less than 10. So 7 out of 30. I don't know what that percentage is. 18%, 20%. I'm not sure. Okay. And you appeared at the conference level.
Yes.
And how many cases did you do at the conference level for the employer on insurance? Okay, 15. And for the folks who don't know, you appear at the conference level, you're going in front of an administrative judge, the same position that you are asking us to confirm. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Of the 15, how many of those cases, of the 15 cases that we went in front of a judge, and this is what he's applying for, the same position, how many of those cases did the judge either, I'll make it simple, award some type of compensation to the employee, because it could be 34, could be 34, it could be 30, some compensation, won't get into this, of the 30.
I would say it was more than, about 75%.
Okay. In my opinion, again, I don't do workers' comp. If I ask that same question to me, I would say 95%, and I feel real confident about that is helping you. Just, I'd say 95%, and if you ask the senior judge, I think he would agree with me. When you say 75, again, I'm thinking, oh, this guy's excellent disability, got police pension. They don't approve a high number, high percentage, because there's different standards. I get it. I get it. 75%, to be honest with you, somewhat concerns me. The employee, the judges at the Department of Industrial Accidents, good, bad, or whatever, sole employee oriented. I can't think of a judge, maybe one, okay, one that's not overwhelmingly employee. It's really hard not to get your client on workers' comp. It's really hard. It's really hard. If the insurance company files a modification to kick them off, it's really hard for a judge to kick a guy off or a woman off. It's really, really hard. I'm really familiar with this, okay? Believe me, I am. So when you say 75, I don't want to hear from people, we confirm you. I thought, all right, geez, I lost in front of McGrath. And the other thing you have to realize, you got a paycheck, what, monthly or weekly or every other week?
I'm paid bi-weekly every other week.
Yeah. I don't know anything about the financial situation, nor do I want to know. I know for me, if I can get a check, for $24 month, I get a lot of stress on my team. How about you?
Yes, of course.
So, think about that. Think about that. For the folks who don't realize it yet, you get a conciliation, then you gotta wait about a month or two to have a conference. It very rarely happens. I hope you're not gonna be one of those people, but let's assume you act at the conference level. It takes at least another year. Think about that, another year before you get a check, you can't survive. So I hope you're not be compassionate to these people. I know it's a different standard. Not quite, I don't get into the specific. When you say it's a different standard, workers' comp, you can be temporarily disabled, that's a different standard, and then the accident disability. You can be partially disabled, that's a different standard than accident disability. But I assume permanent and totally disabled is the same standard. Because that, to get on PAT, which is section 34A, you have to be permanently and totally disabled. I don't know.
The significant difference is the causation requirement. So the retirement statute requires you to be actually engaging in your duties when you're injured. So one of the common issues is a person walking into work, a police officer walking into work, slipping and falling on ice. Even though that shift is already started, that person is not going to get accidental disability. Because they weren't actually engaged in the performance of their duties. So, and as far as my 75% figure is my best memory, I may have been less successful than that, but that is my best memory.
But I'm not going to get into the specifics, it's not a course.
We do have my word, I do understand the purpose of the act.
Okay, no, that's good. I like that. But we're not going to get into it. There's not a tutorial here. But there's the going and coming rule too. Our work is not. We're not going to get into that. We're getting too deep. Social Security disability. My office has a national Social Security disability. I can tell you right now, you don't know the figures. I'm not into figures, but you think I would be 44% of the judges put someone on Social Security of the judges. 90% of the judges, 90% of the cases when you file an initial claimant, Social Security disability bad, then it goes to reconsideration. I'm not going to tell you, but I can tell you what my firm's percentage is. how many cases we went in front of the administrative law judge. That's the same. Convince me, it's your chance right now, that somebody, when I talk to lawyers, I assume, where do you live, Framingham? You probably go to Worcester, you got some good judges out there, you got Judge Maha, he's excellent. He probably be 98%. I don't want you to be competing with these judges. Okay? Tell me what type of, what's the injured person gonna think of a judge McGrath? I'm talking to 5 injured people who have cases in front of you. What are they all gonna say? What are they gonna say? We know he gave me a fair shot, he was respectful, I get it. The bottom line, what are they gonna say about Judge McGrath?
Most of the people appearing before me are going to be happy with the result they get. I hope almost all of them will be thinking, he listened to what I had to say, he gave me a fair shot. I will do everything humanly possible to learn the ins and outs of the job of administrative judge. I understand the purpose of the Workers' Compensation Act, and I think everyone who appears before me will say that.
Okay, well, thank you. Someone will also say, geez, I gotta tell my wife said it was a tough case. McGrath went my way. That's what I want to be. Another one says, Jesus, you know, my wife said it was like a tide. He went my way. The easy one to the easy one. You know? Again, always think, last thing, when you go home, you have money to buy dinner or put money in your table. You gotta think of the person who appears before you. Did you at work? Maybe it's a close call on causation. Did he have a pre-existing? Did he not? Think of those people when you go home to your family and this guy here goes to his family and they're crying because they don't have enough money to put on the table. I hope you think like that. I really, really do.
I will think that way every day.
And what is that? Like I said, with a national social security disability, I can't tell you how many emails that I get that people say they were sleeping under a bridge for a number of years, and we help them get on social security. I can't tell you how many people will say my back was killing me, I couldn't walk upstairs to bed, and we got them on social security. What's my point? These people, they can't do it on their own. You gotta help them, and I hope you'll always remember that.
I will, and one of the things I'm very proud of where I am now, about 50% of the people who appear before us are pro se litigants. I started a phone-in service to help them navigate the procedures at DALA. I speak to them on the phone to help them. I am compassionate, and I do understand how every case is critical.
I don't have any questions. I can tell you this. You seem like a decent guy. You seem like a decent guy. Obviously, I don't know you. I'm going to vote for it. I'm going to vote for it. One favor, don't let me down. I talk to these people. I can name some people in Worcester. I talk to all these people. Don't, if not really, don't let me down. I take that back. Don't let the employees down.
Think of that every day.
Thank you very much. No.
Counselor Duff.
I have no questions.
Counselor Kennedy.
You know what? I respect that you did today. Based on the questions that I asked you on the phone, you brought your numbers. You listened, you know what I mean? Yes. And I respect that. You look things up, you know, because we talk, everything I talk to my friend Ken Griffith about, I talk to you about on the phone, right?
Yes, and those are numbers I was familiar with vaguely before we spoke. I do track the numbers very carefully.
But it tells me 2 things, okay? Number 1, that you do your homework, and number 2, you respect the council and the job that we have to do, you know? I'm gonna vote for you next week.
Thank you.
Paul.
Thank you. Good morning. We did talk, and I don't need to repeat anything that's been said, but I am curious about one aspect of your current position, and that is That's the Bureau of Special Ed Appeals. So I heard about staffing, and I know statutorily the cost of the BSEA are, or appropriate isn't the right word, are determined vis-a-vis the rest of the departments by a memorandum of understanding with the Commissioner of Education.
Good guy.
Funding for the BSEA comes from a federal grant that is managed by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And the way we manage that grant is the memorandum of understanding with the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education.
And that memorandum just kind of outlines how EA portion of your operations is filled essentially, or?
Yes, and DESI's responsibility for supervising the BSEA. Dallar is in administration and finance.
Right.
When the legislature merged them, what I call the general jurisdiction, it was historically called Dallar.
Yeah.
With the BSEA, they incorporated legislation that says DESI will supervise
Right.
the BSEA.
Is that memorandum, can I get access to that memorandum? Could I see that?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to see that. And then regarding the BSEA, so you have how many appeals judges or administrative judges in the BSEA? I apologize because I didn't think this was mentioned.
The BSEA has 6 hearing officers.
Okay. What, and you do the hiring for those? Or you have any time?
I have the final word. The director is responsible for the interviews and makes a recommendation to me.
Okay, the director of the special ed appeals,
Yes.
who you hire as well.
I have the authority to do, but it's the same one.
What are in a general sense, what are the backgrounds of the hearing officers? Would you describe the
They're
background?
all attorneys.
Yeah.
They are all longtime employees. There are 2 who I've been involved with hiring, and they were involved in special education litigation as attorneys before they joined the agency.
And I looked up, and that was a point of curiosity for me. I looked up the 2 most recent reports to the general court that you prepared. And I might be misreading the statute and I might be rushing through it, but a lot of the numbers I'm hearing discussed are asked to be included in those annual reports, right? As far as the number of hearings and discussion of any cases that have extended beyond a certain amount of time.
Yes.
So when I was looking those up, I was curious. We've heard other things discussed. I was curious about the special ed piece, and unfortunately, what I was able to find on the state website, I have the report, but I don't have numbers that are referenced, tabs of data that are referenced in the report. It's probably online somewhere. I can't find it. Could I get a copy of those too, of the last 2 years?
Yes.
Thank you. And so
Counselor, now, my memory is the legislature said what cases the general jurisdiction unit had to prepare.
yeah,
And those should be attached as tabs.
right, but that's what I'm missing. I don't have that.
Okay, so all the tabs on the legislative reports.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I just can't find it on the state website, that's all. And so as far as the special ed goes, I'm not going to belabor this, but I want to get a sense of how this goes. So I looked at the number of rejected IEPs that were submitted or somehow brought to the attention of BSEA. So in 2021, for example, there were 11,000 rejected IEPs brought on appeal, I presume. And of those 11,000, it says there were, I'll jump here, but essentially their resolution as far as 11,000 rejected IEPs, there were 127 facilitated IEP meetings out of that. there were 519 mediations held out of 932 requests for mediations. And I'm just wondering how this works. I'd imagine there's a tremendous amount of work. There's a backlog, I would assume, if we're seeing those levels of numbers of IEPs. So how is it possible people are getting, I mean, how could you possibly even keep up with that? And then are there people who aren't getting hearings, or how does that resolve itself since these are so timely?
The SEA is current.
Okay.
Massachusetts does a magnificent job, in my opinion, of informing people of their rights when they get a rejected IEP. The legislature requires the Bureau of Special Education Appeals to get a copy of the IEP when it's rejected, and then the BSEA sends out a mailing to all those people who have a rejected IEP.
Right.
Not all of those go further in the process. Many of them never go further at the BSEA. Parents or who's ever pursuing the matter might call for a mediation.
Yeah.
They might file a hearing request. But the critical thing is the BSEA sends those 11,000 people a mailing saying, these are your rights. So that's why that statistic is kept.
So some of those come back with mediation requests. Some of them end up at hearings. And then some of them, I get, for lack of a better term, they kind of disappear, or there's no follow-up from the parties.
There's no follow-up with the parties. Some of them may be resolved with the school district. For whatever reason, the parents may decide not to pursue it.
Okay. I guess what I'm wondering is, I mean, that means there's thousands of rejected IEPs that people intended to appeal that somehow are being worked out behind the scenes in that way. Like, we don't really know if they're being worked out or if the parents just give up for lack of wherewithal or what.
I would say that's correct.
And I'm not saying that's the fault of the BSEA, but it seems like that's practically speaking what would happen. Is there any agency or is anyone tracking what happens to the dropped IEP, rejected IEPs?
I don't know that there is. DESE may have a way to do, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education may have a way to track that. I'm not aware of that they do.
Okay. I thank you for indulging my questions on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Give Counselor.
Yes, we spoke, Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yes.
And I indicated that I know nothing about the Division of Industrial Accidents. I still call it workers' comp. And the only reason I know who the good judges are as opposed to those who may be nominated that may not be good judges is when I ask my partners at Pellegrini, Seeley, Ryan, and Blakesley, because they do about 60 or 70% of all the workers' comp in Western Massachusetts and into the Worcester and even Boston area. And I indicated to you that what was important to these folks that I work with is that you have decisions made, not quickly, but in a timely fashion that considers all of the issues, and that you understand that your job is to err on the side of the employee. And you indicated to me and gave me your word that you would in fact do that. With that said, and after hearing the things that you've done of a positive nature with where you presently serve as the magistrate of the Division of Administrative Law Appeals, to drop those numbers as drastically as you have over the number of years that you've been there, I think is a credit to you and to the people that you work with. So I'm confident that you will be diligent in your efforts to help workers and to do it in a timely fashion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. So, sir, I read some of your decisions regarding like firefighters, police officers, things like that. So overall, and I'm asking for hard numbers, what percentage of the cases that decided involve disabilities of employees out of all the things that you oversee?
I would say accidental disability retirement cases are about 1/3 of the retirement cases we do. So last year, there was about 350 retirement cases filed. I estimate about 100 of those were accidental disability retirement cases.
Okay, so in my last life, I was a police chief. When I put someone for retirement, or they thought they could get a disability retirement, we went to the Bristol County Retirement Board. They didn't agree with me or the person, and I've never actually had anything go to your level. I thought it went to CRAB. What's the interaction between you guys and CRAB?
Back in the 70s, there was a backlog at CRAP, so the legislature mandated that trials, the hearings of those cases would be heard at DALA, and the appeal of the DALA decision goes to CRAB, the Contributory Retirement Appeal Board. So we do them for CRAB, and CRAB reviews our decisions.
So local board says no, it goes to your dollar.
Yes,
Could CRAB overturn you?
yes.
Then there's also an appeal to the court system too, right?
The Chapter 38 is to the Superior Court.
That's abuse of,
Yes.
what is the standard that you guys use for like a firefighter? Like, I read some of your decisions, guy says, I have cancer of the liver caused by the job, and I just read a decision. And they said, no, you cancer of the liver caused by drinking. And you guys said, no, there's no proof that, no medical proof that it was caused by drinking. We think it was by the presumption, right? For firefighters, they get liver cancer, it's caused by the job. So what is the standard of proof that you apply there?
It's a preponderance of the evidence, and that causation issue should be within the scope. He was actually performing his duties that caused the cancer, and the presumption you mentioned puts the burden on the board to prove that it isn't related for firefighters.
And that would be the same for cops, right? Because if a cop has lung cancer, well, that's one reason why they made the law like 20-some years ago. If you're a cop, you can't smoke a cigarette. If you do, you're fired. Because of the presumption that if you get lung cancer, it's caused by the job, is that correct?
True.
It would be, the board would have to prove by preponderance of the evidence that cop was smoking, and it wasn't caused by the job? Is that how it goes?
It wasn't caused by the job, true.
And,
There is a medical panel that opines.
right. And you guys can either agree or disagree with the panel, right?
We can remand it to the panel if we think the panel made a mistake. But generally, that's the only medical evidence we can use to support his application.
I thought I read a decision this morning, sitting here waiting, that said, firefighter says cancer caused by the job. The minority, who is a 3-person panel, one says we think it was caused by the job. But you guys have the choice of going with the 2 or the 1, correct?
Yes. Yes, because of the presumption in that case, we could go. If we found that the 1 was correct, we could ignore the 2.
Right, and that's what you did in this 2019 decision. So what percentage would you say of those cases, the disability retirement case for cops, firefighters, are overturned, where you guys overturn a local panel?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number. I do know agency-wide accidental disability cases. They're overturned 30% of the time, and in my case it's 44, but I can't tell you within that number how many involve the presumption.
It's understandable. I mean, listen, when I was a chief, there was just some lazy people that wanted to retire and get a disability for life, and I appreciate the fact that people said no to them. And there are others that deserve it, and we all want that deserve it to get it. And what is the criteria for a public servant, police, firefighter? What is the criteria? How many years do they have to have on to get the disability retirement? I forget.
They think accidental, if they're hurt
10?
job, they can get it right away.
Okay,
10 is for ordinary disability.
okay.
Memory.
All right, well, you did a good job today. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Could you tell me very briefly the history of the Division of Industrial Accidents? How it came to be and what its goal is?
The goal is provide people with an impartial venue to have their disputes with state agencies heard. Began to hear those rate-setting cases. Sure when it began, but that was its first jurisdiction. Over time, the jurisdiction grew to about 20 state agencies, including FRAB. The size of the agency has gone up and down a little bit. When I began, the general jurisdiction unit had 10, we're back up to 10 now. We had been down to 8. About 12 years ago, the Bureau of Special Education Appeals came within my purview.
Excuse me, why do you think the legislature passed a law and created the division?
Sorry, Mr. Jubenville, I couldn't.
Why do you think the legislature, I believe it was, 1921 or 2, passed a law that created the division? Why did they do that?
Division of Administrative Law Appeals was.
No, the industrial accident board.
It was created to make sure workers and their families, if the workers were injured on the job, receive benefits, and in return for that, those workers gave up a lot of their rights to sue. The legislature made that policy decision that those workers were entitled to the benefits of the workers' compensation statute.
And before that was created, is it fair to say that workers in this country, in this state, if they got hurt on the job, really had no recourse?
Correct, no practical recourse. The delays involved in fighting the railroads and the big employers made it virtually impossible for them to take care of their families.
So the whole purpose was to make sure workers got some compensation. You agree with that?
I do.
What is the most important thing that you as a judge will do when you look at a case?
Keep the purpose of the workers' compensation in mind. Make sure the workers and their families get the benefits they're entitled to as quickly as humanly possible.
Okay. And do you agree with me that I hear judges always come in here and say, well, I'll follow the law. Are you going to follow the law?
Yes, I do, but I am comfortable saying that because the law is made to protect employees and their families, and I understand that. To be frank, it's a lot harder to deny somebody accidental disability retirement benefits because the law tells me to, than it will be to award people at workers' compensation benefits. The law tells me to do that, and I think that's the right thing to do. Sometimes I don't think it's the right thing to do to deny somebody accidental disability retirement benefits, but I feel constrained to do it because of what we've talked about already. And that is a hard thing.
So you would say, I'm following the law and I cannot allow the disability
I think
based on the evidence.
the law tells me to do that, yes. 9 times out of 10, the law says to do the other. The law says.
Would you agree with me that DIA judges that don't follow the law, they interpret the law?
There is some of that, yes, of course.
Well, you could make a finding where another judge down the other courtroom makes exact same set of facts, makes another determination.
Yes.
So if you're going to follow the law and you're going to give the benefit on a close case to the injured worker, I would assume.
Yes.
And you wouldn't be afraid if you thought it was unjust to follow the law and deny somebody a claim, would you?
sorry, Counsel, I may not have understood your question. If it is unjust,
Well, you look at the case, you say, boy, this is tragic. When I look at the law, and I don't think I have anywhere to go with it. Would you deny it or allow it?
if I said the law gives me nowhere to go with it, I would deny it.
Well, the law, you can interpret that law, right? That's your discretion. That's why somebody above you makes another decision, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why wouldn't you interpret the law, even if you might have to stretch it a little, because this person in front of you is, the story you heard is tragic. And the outcome of denying this person will be, as said in this room before, very, very hurtful to not only him or her, but the family and children of that person. Why wouldn't, or would you, kind of stretch the law a little and say, look, I'm going to give it to them. If they overturn me, they overturn me, but I'm not going to live with this on my head that this guy didn't get it. So I'm going to give it, and let somebody else decide.
I can do that and stretch the law a little bit, I will. But if
You can.
I will do that, but if I feel constrained by the law, and I'd be breaking the law if I did that.
So what? What's going to happen to you if you make a decision and you're overturned?
Nothing will happen.
Okay.
People including all the taxpayers and the employers, they have to have confidence that the law means something, and judges and attorneys all believe the law means something.
It does mean something. It means what you interpret it to be.
I will do everything I can to take care of the employee tragically injured, but I would not be comfortable telling you I would break the law because I thought it was a tragic.
I don't go to the DIA, but I'm going to assume that if I did, it would be much like the courts I go to, district and superior, where the reputation of a judge is known throughout the building. Okay? And one of them is a guy or woman who never says not guilty. Ever. And I know judges who have never, ever said not guilty. So another judge, oh, this judge is really fair. You know, if the benefit of the doubt, he's going to give it to you. So what are we going to hear about Judge McGrath? He's kind. He goes out of his way to make sure workers get compensation, and he gives us the benefit of the doubt.
Very comfortable saying, they will say he gives the employee the benefit of the doubt.
Because when you make a decision that helps a family, I hope you don't worry about what some appeals court is going to do, would you?
No.
It's not like some judges are so afraid of an appeal. Oh my God, the appeals court will overturn me. Well, you don't get fired. You don't lose your salary. Nothing happens to you.
It's all true. A friend of mine who retired from the district court once told me, often reversed, never wrong.
I like that. I'd like to hear that about you, Judge McGrath. You think we will?
Hope not the often reversed.
How old are you now? How old are you now?
63.
Okay. So you may end up coming back to us after 6 years.
Hope so.
Okay. So unlike district court and superior court judges, once we rule, they're on their own and never come back to us. But you guys have to come back. And people I've served with on this committee, they got long memories. Long memories. And if they hear, oh, Judge McGrath, oh, Jesus, he's not good to workers. I don't want to go before him. You'll come back here and there'll be people here that will pick you up on that and may not vote for you again. So don't let us down. We're all workers. We're all for the rights of workers and giving money. Let them overturn you. I'll tell you this quick story. There was a Superior Court judge in Worcester County, a lady, a small little lady. She had before her a guy that was charged with a mandatory 10-year sentence. She said to herself, this is terribly unfair to imply this. I know what the law says. But she said, I'm going to send him to the House of Correction for 2 years. It was overturned. But she showed a lot of courage saying, this is not fair, and I'm not going to impose that law on some citizen of this Commonwealth that is paying my salaries on an unfair decision. So that took a lot of courage. If every judge did that, the law would have been changed overnight. So be bold with workers, I ask. Give them the benefit. You can only get overturned, so what? Okay?
Yes.
Have your commitment to that?
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Rhino.
Real quick, Attorney John Waller called me on your behalf as well as Attorney Don Zeta. Counselor, I was gonna mention that while I was sitting here, that same story. And he's right, what's gonna happen to him? And you know, it's okay. Be bold, be courageous, and always take the right thing to people. Okay? Thank you.
I'll be voting for you next week. Thank you very much, and this hearing.
To commence the hearing for Mr. Nicholas Bernier for appointment of the Appellate Tax Board, and I'm going to read a letter from the governor. Dear councilors, I am pleased to nominate Mr. Nicholas Bernier for his appointment as a member of the Appellate Tax Board to a 6-year term. I submit this nomination and designation for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 58A, Section 1. I appreciate your consideration of the nominee, and his resume is attached, Charles D. Baker. So welcome, Mr. Bernier. And I know that you brought 2 witnesses with you. And we're going to get right into having the first witness. So that will be Mr. Matthew Burke, who's no stranger to this council over the last 3 weeks. I think we've seen you once before.
Yes. Well, good afternoon. I'll be very brief. I understand you're a little behind, but it's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Mr. Bernier. Very quickly, I will just suggest to this board that in order to be a good commissioner slash judge, you have to have the education and legal experience along with the demeanor and judicial temperament. I'll be honest with you, I've never been in front of the appellate tax board, so I can't speak to his demeanor in regards to that, but I can speak to his demeanor in regards to seeing him in district court and other tribunals. I will touch briefly upon his education and experience. As you know, his resume speaks for itself. He has a law degree, he has a master's, he's handled about 500 of these cases, these tax type cases, and I believe he's worked for 3 to 5 different law firms in regards this type of these tax matters. So I would suggest that based on his education and his work experience, he's certainly qualified to be named a commissioner. And once again, I've never seen him work before the tax board, but I have seen him in district court. I met him, dating myself, but probably around 10 or 11 years ago when he was a young DA in Bristol County. And back then, and as it is now, when you're a young DA, you have some power. And unfortunately, sometimes that power can go to some person's head and change him as a person. With this gentleman, it never did. We've had numerous cases together. He's never agreed with any of my recommendations. He'd always give me the answer, I don't feel comfortable with your recommendation, although it's fair. Your offer is reasonable. I think my offer is a little more reasonable, but at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, I'd always get a handshake. He was always polite, courteous. If you needed something, he was there. And I think that means a lot. I've never seen him lose his cool. And that's basically what I want to say about Mr. Bernier. Based on his professionalism, he's always even-keeled, and along with his education and his experience in the tax realm, I would respectfully suggest that he's a great candidate for this board, and I'm hoping you all give him a chance.
Thank you. I appreciate you driving up from the major city of Fall River today. Any questions for Mr. Burke? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And next, we're going to hear from Bill Doherty, who is the clerk of the Appellate Tax Board. Welcome, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you very much. And, good to be with you here today, councilors. I'm appearing on behalf of Nick. He asked me to say a few words. And what I can tell you is Nick's appeared before the board many times at status conferences, motion hearings, and hearings. He's always shown respect for the process and the procedures at the board. Respect for his adversaries and for the entire process at hand. He's cordial, well-mannered. He's always done a great job, and I can see, along with the testimony before me, I can see why he's being considered on the tax board.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Doherty?
Cases has he done in the last?
I don't know the exact number offhand, but Nick has filed, I could say easily, probably more than 100 appeals with us.
100?
Yes, over the years.
I'm good. Thank you.
He's been involved with mediation process as well. I should add that as well. That's been recent.
Kind of a little specialty, isn't it, the Appellate Tax Board? It's not like every lawyer goes there, right?
That's right. And we have a, a unique, nature of what the board does. And we're a unique agency, but we take care of the taxpayers as best we can.
Thank you very much for coming, sir. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Bernier, we're going to give you time to tell us why we should confirm you for the Appellate Tax Board.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you for having me. I just briefly, I know we're short on time, but I have a tax degree, I have a background. I became interested in the Appellate Tax Board, working for a taxpayer and helping win a significant verdict in 2015. The decision was published in 2016. I then had another large taxpayer verdict. And then since then, I've just represented a lot of various taxpayers. Those 2 cases were property tax cases, but I've also handled meals tax cases for restaurants who are overtaxed. Sometimes resolved at the Department of Revenue level. I had one case where a restaurant was actually audited, but they had a freezer basically break down, and they lost a lot of their frozen food. So when they were audited, standard process, one of the ways they can do an audit is they can see how much food you purchased versus how much you sold. And if the numbers don't match up, well, you owe some money to the Department of Revenue. And in that circumstance, we were able to prove relatively quickly at the administrative level that the freezer had in fact broken, provide the evidence. So a lot of my work is at that level, but then sometimes I do go to the Appellate Tax Board. And in those cases, I do believe in collegiality. I believe I was in the second in-person post-COVID live event on Friday, and that was another mediation for a case that's been pending since 2017. And I view taxes, I always see a middle ground most of the time, but then when there is a real tribal issue, you have to be respectful. Because at the end of the day, I look at it, it's not like you're taking someone's liberty away, it's money. It's a very serious matter, but it's different than when I was a prosecutor. And I think you can and should have a cooler head, because at the end of the day, it's more about the process. And I think that's what's important.
Thank you. Council Devaney.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the time that you afforded me. I meet with everyone, and I had scheduled 5 in 1 week, so it was difficult, so thank you for accommodating me. What's not in your resume is a lot of your, like someone just left, had community work, a page of community work and so forth. So I'm going to go on that line because you didn't include it in your resume here. How long, first of all, I'd like to ask you, how long have you been interested in being a member of the Appellate Tax Board?
I guess I've always thought about it since I started practicing. I started practicing at the Appellate Tax Board, I'd say 2014. And I enjoy the collegiality of it. And a couple of years ago, I saw a couple of openings, but I knew I wasn't quite ready yet. And then I heard that an appointment there was a vacancy. And I heard about an assistant clerk at the court, at the Appellate Tax Board, and I applied.
Okay, so you just ran for state, we just have a state election we all ran for, and you ran on that to replace the incumbent Bristol sheriff. You said you had a whole different philosophy than him, and you probably campaigned for a year or whatever. It's a big district, and so your opponent won. You also ran for governor's counselor. You would have been sitting beside me. So, and then you ran for city councilor, and then you withdrew. And, so you applied for this after you lost the election in September. Okay. And so it's really a fast track. So you told me that you called Council Carrera. He didn't know there was an opening, and he talked to you told him you applied, and he talked to the governor. So given that, I'm wondering why you didn't apply before. And because you have, I have research, and you have done cases up there, and you haven't been haven't been rude. You have, you've conducted yourself well. And when you first started out, you learn from people. So I given that. But I have to say that, you just ran for office, and then a couple weeks later, you're running for this. And this is an important board. And we just had someone that applied for a court, to be a judge in a court, 5 times since 2017. And he went through all that and applied and would go before the governor, and he thought he had the job, and then his application would expire. 5 years since 2017, because he was dedicated to do that job. You have been dedicated. If you won, you would be the sheriff right now, and you wouldn't be sitting there. I have to weigh all this thing, because I'll tell you, the people on that board, I highly respect, and I know all the councils do. They work hard. And I'm just saying, hey, I lost the election. What's opening now? That weighs on me. But I can't dismiss that you do have the qualifications. But again, you wouldn't be sitting here. You would be chair. So I have to think of all of these political positions that you have run for. And this is recent, it isn't a year ago or whatever. So, I'm weighing all of that. So how do you see this, because the last person was here, had a page of community where you didn't mention any of this on your resume. Tell me how all of that adds for you to be a better member of the Appellate Tax Board, all this, political campaigns.
Well, I think as also I held off applying because I knew other people more qualified were applying for positions. I knew now Chairman
Excuse me, you know who's applying? We don't. How do you know?
well, I kind of feeling that the general counsel, former general counsel, De Francisco was going to be applying, so I wasn't going to apply when that opening occurred. And that I think.
Do you know there were people who applied for this job too?
No.
Okay. See, this is what's in my mind. I'm thinking of that because I'm thinking of this man that, for 5 years, 62 years old, 32 years as an attorney, had every case you can think of. He had murders, he had federal drug cases to Massachusetts state. And I'm just saying, I have to weigh all this about you. In 23 years, I never saw anyone run for so many offices, even on the charter commission. All of it. But the thing is, this is so recent. It was like, okay, our last election, what's open? And I don't want that to be. This is too important. The Appellate Tax Board is so important. I've been here 23 years, and I'm so proud of the people that I voted on that board, and everyone here on the council is too. So you have to weigh in on that. And do you think that, running for political office embellishes your position that you're going to be a better member of the Appellate Tax Board?
I don't think it affects it either way. I think it's another way of serving. So I was an Eagle Scout at a very young age. One of the positions I held was a elected charter commissioner in town of Swansea. I held that when I was 19. That was basically to reform this town's structure and the Constitution. That was a volunteer job. Then I served on the town's finance board. It's actually called.
I'm asking how does that contribute to you being a better, out of all the Appellate Tax Board members that I voted, no one had a political career or running and losing or whatever, how are we going to put it? All I'm saying is, how does that when I'm looking at all these wonderful people on the board that are really dedicated, and that's all I ever want to do, tell me how that all running for all these political offices, just recently even, how does that make you a better member of the Appellate Tax Board? I want to know that. I know that you've had a lot of cases, and I've talked to everyone. I'm very investigative. I'm the only full-time up here, and I do a lot of investigating, and I talk to people, and there is no one that has said, really anything derogatory. And I even looked into that case with you had a law partner that has been thrown in jail, and you were innocent. And I looked through all that because that was important to me. I wanted to make sure. And he tried to implicate you. So I cover it all, and so I want you to know that. But again, I want to know. Just ran for state office as we did that same day. Now you're going to be on the Appellate Tax Board. Tell me how I know you're going to be a better person with that experience, political experience.
It's just different experience. I think knowing how elections work, knowing how different offices work, knowing how the government's put together in different ways. I don't think there will be any tax issues with the sheriff's office, but having a broader understanding of government and public service. I think talking to people, one of the things when you run for office is talking to lots of different people. And whenever you run for office and you're an attorney, you end up doing a lot of pro bono work because you have people, I voted for you. Can you help me out with this tax problem? I voted for you. Can you help me out with this tax problem? And I do a lot of pro bono tax work. You simply can't charge someone money if they owe the Department of Revenue $20,000. I can't charge anyone a $2,000. Yeah.
I'm sorry, they're talking. All right, I'm sorry.
So I think incumbent upon that, when you run for a political office, you're serving the public, trying to serve the public. So even when you lose, you're still, a lot of people voted for me. And even people who didn't vote for me, it's like, because you're out there, I see it as a higher expectation for myself. Or then let's say someone has a legitimate tax issue and they don't have the money, they don't have the $5,000 or whatever that info.
And it probably is, it's kind of far out to say, but you have run for all of these offices. You've had a lot of people that endorsed you, that gave you money, that supported you. And perhaps they will come before you. I mean, all of this, the political comes into play. And that's what I'm wondering. How do you deal with that?
I think the only thing you have as an attorney is your reputation. And so my plan for that is to disclose everything. And disclosing everything to the Appellate Tax Board has General Counsel Dave Cella. My
Would you
plan,
accuse yourself?
of course, I'm going to notify the Appellate Tax Board. I'm going to notify the chairperson, Mark DeFrancisco.
We just had a Superior Court precedent. She said she would recuse herself on a certain issue. That's important, and that's integrity. Because there's a law that allows the counselors, if they're lawyers, to go before the judges and clerk magistrates that they voted for. It's a conflict of interest, so I'm just wondering if you will recuse yourself. Thank you for that. I think that shows, integrity. But I really covered that case of your, that you had a business partner. That was horrific. It's not over yet. I found out that's not over yet, and you testified, and that must have been very difficult for you. So I respect you as a person, I really do. I think that that took a lot of integrity, and not only that, but you would, being part of that and innocent. I know I've been there, it happens, but so what do you think is going to be?
Lavanya, you have like 1 more minute. I just wanted to give you notice. Thank you.
I'm timed. It's ridiculous. There's not another public body that's timed, but I'm timed. No members are timed on any board, not a zoning board, not the legislative committee, but anyway. So,
30 seconds.
what do you think the learning curve, will there be a learning curve for you on this?
I have a lot of cases, but I also know I have a lot to learn. It was when I was a young attorney practicing there, I was actually mentored a little bit by Commissioner DeFrancisco. He was general counsel at the time, and by Clerk Doherty. I came in, I asked questions because I didn't want to embarrass myself or my
I
client.
talked to him too. I'll tell you, that, the thing that impressed me was you were young and you asked, you wanted to learn. And that was a lecture. You were arrogant because you knew it all. So, and I thank you so much for coming to meet me, because I know it's a long way to come, I know, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Council Jubal.
Thank you. I met you years ago, and I think running for office is a training ground for being able to get along with people, meet people, have conversations with people, help people. I think it's a great learning experience, and I'm glad you did it. I know you had a tough battle down there in the sheriff's primary, but I was glad of the outcome of this, that a Democrat finally won that. That's the worst House of Correction in the Commonwealth, in my view. The guards are as sadistic as some of the inmates in there. So that's what I hear from people I represented in there. So I'm glad that happened. You worked for Ferreter, Scobie, and Rudolph Field. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
Who was the Ferreter, Morris?
Lisa, he retired and moved out to Western Massachusetts now before my time.
Well, he was from Western Mass. In fact, his brother was my uncle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Morris Ferreter.
Wait a minute, if his brother was your uncle, then wasn't he your uncle too?
No, because his brother married my aunt,
Oh, okay, all right.
but Morris is a friend. I've
Go by man.
helped people for years out there. Yeah, I know it's a good experience you had. I think you got all the qualifications for the Appellate Tax Board. I think you'll make a great judge down there, and I'm planning on voting for you next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council Jubal. Council Ianella.
I don't have any questions. He's the guy right here. The support
Yeah.
of your, as soon as your name, my report.
Yeah.
As soon as your name was submitted to us, I got a call from Councilor Ferrer. He speaks the world of you. And that means a lot to me. You have a great resume on your behalf, and they come before the council, you can come.
Sir.
Thank you. Councilor Duff.
You have a stellar reputation, attorney. Unlike some, I think it's great that you participate in public discourse and have run for office, and particularly, that was not an easy run that you did last time, and you did that really to help the citizens, and I appreciate it. You perfectly qualified for this position, and the fact of the matter is, most of us really are not in any position to talk that much about this work because it's very specialized. Um, have absolutely no issues with your appointment. I think it's a really great appointment. I'm actually glad that you applied because sometimes when one runs for office and they don't succeed, you sort of think, oh, shoot, you know, and you get despondent. And I'm glad that you looked to see, I know you had considered it before, because we had talked about it. Years ago when I met you, we talked about it and I had said to you, this would be a great fit for you. So I'm glad that you did it. Because sometimes when you come off a campaign like that, where it's bruising, you know, you don't like, but, the only people that really win here are the citizens of the Commonwealth, so thank you for your application. I'm definitely supporting you.
Thank you, Counselor Duff. Counselor Kennedy?
I agree, I don't know anything about taxes, you know, other than that I have to pay them. So I have to rely on other people in terms of your character, your reputation, your witnesses, and for it's fair.
Do not listen to him, I want to put that.
He doesn't. Counselor DePaulo, no one listens to me, Counselor Duff. Counselor DePaulo?
I listened to you, Council.
Oh, thank you.
I have no further questions beyond what we've heard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Hurley?
We talked, you've got a lot of experience. The fact that you wanted to run for office tells me that you want to serve the public in any capacity where you can be helpful. I don't think it's a minus, I think it's a plus. I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but I keep running for office, even though I retired in 2014. I got back into the fray. It's something that's in your blood. I think it's a good thing. So, you got my vote, along with the fact that Counselor Ferraro won't stop talking about you, so. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's up to me. I just want to correct one thing. One counselor mentioned that you were part of a law firm where someone got in trouble. That just never happened. I know you testified against someone at a trial. You were offered immunity. You said, no, you didn't want immunity, but you were not he wasn't part of your law firm, correct?
Sir.
Yeah, okay. He's not a lawyer. That's it. Oh,
You didn't have to correct it. I agree with you. That's what I said.
yeah, no, but you
That was the
said he was part of a law firm with him and he wasn't.
No. He was a business partner.
You know. All right, we're going to conclude your hearing. Thank you very much, and everyone have a great day. Thank you.
everybody. My name is Christopher Iannella. I will chair the hearing this afternoon. Good to see you, Judge McNamara.
Thank you, Counselor.
At this point, I'm going to read a letter addressed to the Governor's Council dated November 16, 2022. Councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Ian McNamara for reappointment to the Industrial Accident Board as an administrative judge to a 6-year term, which will expire on April 24th, 2029. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 23E, Section 4, sincerely, Charles Baker. At this point, if you'd like to make a brief statement as to why you think that this board should vote for your reappointment.
Thank you, Counselor. First of all, I want to thank the Governor and the Governor for considering me for a reappointment to the department. And I also want to thank all the counselors for taking their time to speak to me over the last couple of weeks. The last 6 years has been a pleasure for me to serve at the Department of Industrial Accidents. I started in Springfield, which was an incredible experience for me because it helped me to kind of transition from being a practicing attorney to being a judge. I didn't know a lot of the attorneys out in Springfield personally, so it was a very good experience for me to do that and then come back to work with the department. I'm very proud to say that we remained open throughout the entire pandemic. We didn't close once. We did conferences. We're still doing them virtually. We've done hearings live now, and we've continued to assist injured workers throughout all of this. And I would really like the opportunity to continue to do so, and I would ask for your votes.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that you'd like to introduce, at least acknowledge, I should say?
I'd like to acknowledge Senior Judge Omar Hernandez, who is here.
Anyone else?
I think he spends more time up here than he does it.
Anyone else you'd like to acknowledge?
The occasion is here. Thank you very much for coming.
And I believe that's it.
So,
Okay. At this point, we'll hear from the counselors to see if they have any questions. First on the list is Counselor Terrence Kennedy.
First of all, I was about to say some nice things about Judge Hernandez, but he's been here so much, his head's so big, I can't say anything else, huh? Obviously doing a great job. Your counselor really pushed you guys to get you guys done before the end of the term. I'm not sure you'd be here, but for his efforts, as well as Judge Hernandez's efforts with the administration. And I also got a call a little while ago from Judge Siegel, who said if I didn't vote for you, she'd never forgive me. So I don't have a choice. I look forward to voting, but I cannot tell you how strongly your counselor has supported your number.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor Kennedy. Counselor Paul DiPaolo.
Thank you, Counselor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We had a brief conversation, and as I told you then, the people I've spoken to say you're doing a great job. And I have found no reason not to support you. So that's fully my intention, and I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Counselor Mary Hurley.
Thank you. We spoke on the phone. I concur with the fact that your home counselor has been nothing but supportive of you, as well as getting everybody else reappointed. I just have one question on your resume. It says Senior Associate, 1985 to present.
Oh, no, that's not. I thought I had,
Well,
Except on appeal.
be a good thing.
right, so this goes to prove that I do read these things. So I'm going to vote for you. Great job. You were in Pellegrini, Sealy, Wright, and Blakesley, A+.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Next, Counselor Joseph Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard all great things about you. The counselor to my left here has been a huge fan and immediately said, you can't ask any questions and you just need to vote yes. And I said, why? And he said, all the wonderful things you've been doing. And also I heard from Mike Occasion and Bill Nealon and Sean Flaherty. All of those people have great respect for you. So you have my vote and support. And I would take that vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Counselor Robert Juvenville.
Yeah, the same people called me on your behalf, and Counselor Ianella is very big on you, and I don't go to the DIA, so I defer to his judgment, and he says you're excellent.
Thank you, Council.
Next week.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'll hear from Counselor Marilyn Petito. Fanny.
Nice seeing you again.
Likewise.
I can't thank you enough for meeting with me. They scheduled 5, coming in like per in 1 week, and you've been, I really appreciate it. And I thank you for your past service, and it's been outstanding. And I think when we talked, it had, I asked you about going through the COVID and having, someone at the head like Omar, he got you through. And I've heard from all of you that I have interviewed said, Omar's priority is the disabled. Get them through. And you did, and you got it through. Now, when we spoke, I asked you if there was any changes since you've been there. And I was very interested, and I think I want you to share with everyone. Tell me about mediation, and I think it was Omar that, introduced it, and tell me how that works.
Well, it was initiated, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago in the Fall River office, kind of as a pilot program to see if there was interest in doing it. And there was a significant interest. So now it is region-wide. And if there is a case before an administrative judge that the parties are interested in mediation, they will reach out to another administrative judge to see if they would serve as mediator. And when we do, I have to say it's been very successful. Most mediations will lead to some sort of settlement or resolution of the claim.
And I have to credit all of you, to get through COVID and that you met with hearings are still in person.
Correct.
And that's amazing, because I can't tell you, I'm here, and the calls I got when the Secretary of State's office, she mentioned it, would call and everything. So, you people are there, and you follow them, and knows what we appreciate that. So to tell me, you've had a lot of experience before you got on the Industrial Accident Board, and how do you think, what are the things that you brought being in private practice?
Well, obviously, over 30 plus years as a workers' compensation attorney, I know the law, knew how to apply it, and really knew all of the players involved in it, and knew how insurance companies works and how to represent an injured worker. And I took that and applied it as a judge and did my analysis of the claim the same way I would have done if I was in practice. But I think that experience is really necessary to serve as someone on the Department of Industrial Accidents, because you hit the ground running, you know what you need to do, and I like to think that everything I do is quick and prompt and done in a reasonable time for the injured worker.
And you brought to the board that you were manager of workers' compensation division when you were, so, that's important. Have you seen disabled workers, COVID? People coming?
I have not personally had a case with COVID, but there have been multiple cases in the Boston region. And I think there was a case that just came out in Worcester, a hearing decision that was upheld by the appeals.
So it's considered a disability if someone gets COVID, if everything else is, they're in good health, right? That's great. There wasn't any case law for this, was there, for COVID?
There was not.
Unbelievable. And so many of departments just shut down, and I had to thank Omar for keeping it going, and that you're not behind, no backlog. That's amazing. That's amazing, because even lawyers I talk to, they can't say that because it's a difficult time. So it was just such a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for continuing to serve, and I'm so glad that you were reappointed, because up here you never know what's going to happen, and I'm very pleased.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last, we'll hear from Councilor Eileen Duff. The lieutenant governor's coming in at 2.
Perfect.
Depending on the questions, we may or may not be able to vote on you today. Take your time.
I don't have any questions. We spoke, you're doing a good job and you want to do it.
Thank you.
That's all I need.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. You're doing an outstanding job. I remember you first started, I believe you, remember you're in Springfield? And I can only imagine, that's what, 2-hour drive?
Yeah,
It's a lot quicker where you are now.
it certainly is, depending on the traffic, but
Still quicker, still quicker. I know you're doing an outstanding job. You got Mike Occasion, he's a big supporter of yours, but I gotta tell you, it wasn't as easy as you might have thought, because Omar was involved, I was involved, the lieutenant governor, to get these people in, all you folks. You were all great, but it was a time issue, and it happened. So I'm really happy for that. You're doing a great job, and my goal is to put your name forward today, if possible. Okay, because the lieutenant governor is coming in at 2:00, 2:00. Lieutenant.
On that.
Yeah, I think it was a group email. I wasn't gonna tell you, we all got the group email, everybody. Everybody, I didn't send the,
It's okay with me, but I just like to know 5 minutes ahead.
I checked the email, I'm sure it was there.
Notified.
Everybody's notified. Okay, that will do, anyone in opposition? No one being in opposition, that will conclude the hearing. Thank you very much.
Councilor Kennedy for our prayer and pledge today.
I just want to say a prayer as we enter the holiday season, that everybody has a safe and healthy holiday season. You know, sometimes things happen during the holidays with people out on the roads and things like that. And I just hope that everybody remains safe and has a happy and healthy holiday season.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance.
Well,
United States.
the Republic.
Nation, liberty and justice for
This girl.
Bless you. I recognize Councilor Jubinville for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So move.
Second.
With a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I recognize Councilor Ferreira for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public and justices of the peace.
Don't move, Governor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I recognize Councilor Hurley for a motion to record advice and consent for the reappointment of Stephen Rose as an administrative judge to a 6-year term which will expire on May 28, 2028.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. Yes, Councilor.
Just briefly, I've been voting for him for 19 years. He's never let us down. He is a man of integrity, and we're very lucky to have him.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. We may begin the roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I recognize Councilor Hurley for a motion to record advice and consent for the reappointment of Nicola E. Josha to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
He is, without so moved, but he is absolutely one of the best nominations to come out of our region in Region 8. I've gotten more comments and rave reviews, and he's just a really nice person, cares about his clients, always prepared, and I believe he'll be a great judge.
Second.
Discussion.
There's a motion and a second.
I agree with everything my colleague has said. In addition, in his J&C application, he wrote how it was his it was his priority to ensure that his clients got nominated, to make sure that they got attorneys to follow up in his cases. This council just voted for someone last week who judges told me not to vote for him, and that he even let those people hang who were his clients and didn't answer their calls and didn't follow up to make sure that they had lawyers. This is the kind of people that we want, right? This person, I'm very proud to vote for him.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We may begin the roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I recognize Councilor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Eduardo A. Gonzalez to the position of Associate Justice of the Housing Court.
So move, Governor.
The motion and a second. We may begin the roll call.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I understand there is a motion from Councilor Iannella that you'd like to make today.
Motion that we approve Ian McNamara's reappointment to the Department of Industrial Accidents.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We may begin the roll call.
Yes.
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 Okay. I understand, Councilor Ferreira, you have a motion you'd like to make today.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Nick Burdick to the Appellate Tax Board.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We may begin the roll call.
Yes.
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 We have announced 3 pardons today, and this paperwork has been emailed to all of you. And that concludes our business today.
To the governor.
Governor.
To the governor. I think
I know, it's
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christopher Iannella. I will chair the hearing. At this point, I would like to read a letter dated November 17th, 2022, addressed to the Executive Council. Dear Councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Kevin O'Leary for appointment to the Industrial Accident Reviewing Board as an administrative law judge to a 6-year term. I submit this nomination with the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 23E, Section 5. Sincerely, Charles Baker, Governor. Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Hey, Counselor, how are you?
Good. At this point, if you'd like to make, before you make your presentation, I see a lot of people here. Do you want to acknowledge these folks? And I don't know if one of them wants to make a statement.
Sure. We have Karen Fabrzewski, who's my witness. My son Daniel. This is Tim Foley, Dave Michaels, Holly Anderson, all from the Industrial Accidents Board legal team. Holly is now the director of the Workers' Comp Trust Fund, once Karen abandoned us to become an ALJ. And over there we have Mike Kajian.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from your first witness. Karen, you can either sit down or stand, whatever you'd like to do.
I'll sit down. Thank you very much. My name is Karen Fabrzewski, and I am an administrative law judge at the Department of Industrial Accidents, and I am honored to be here today to speak on behalf of Kevin and give my support to his nomination. I've known General Counsel O'Leary for probably about 15 years, first as a practitioner at the department, and then later as my boss of general counsel at the Department of Industrial Accidents, where I held the position of director of the Workers' Compensation Trust Fund before I was nominated and took the position of administrative law judge. I can tell you without question from my experience, my observations, and my dealings that Kevin would make an excellent addition to the Industrial Accident Reviewing Board. He possesses qualities that I think would make him be certainly a success in the position and an asset to the Commonwealth. I think 3 of the most important qualities that he has are he's fair, he's an excellent listener, and he's an exceptional writer. And I think that these qualities would lend to his success in the position of administrative law judge. I'll give you, out of respect for your time, because I know you have a very busy afternoon and you've had certainly a very busy morning, I'll just give you a quick story that happened when we were at the department. There was a situation, one case sticks in my mind, where we had a claim filed against the trust fund, and the individual injured worker was somebody that I would qualify as a vulnerable person. And they had the claim before the department, and they were represented by an attorney who didn't normally practice up there. So Kevin came down to my office one day, and he gave me a summary of the case that our attorney had written up, including a demand by the employee's attorney to resolve the case. And he said, take a look at this and tell me what you think. So I sat down and took a look at it, and I said, seems a little low. There are some difficulties with the case, but this demand seems low. And he said, low? He said, it's about $20,000 off. This is something, there's no way I'm going to approve this settlement as presented to me right now. We need to speak to this attorney and talk to him about the case and find out why he's making this demand, because even though, as you know, the trust fund is funded by assessments on insured employers in the Commonwealth, and certainly Kevin takes that responsibility very seriously and executes his financial responsibilities with the utmost care. He doesn't do that at the expense of injured workers. He understands the whole purpose of the system is to provide benefits for those workers. So we did go back to that attorney, and it was several phone calls back and forth until finally the demand came forward to an amount that we considered to be at the minimum of what the case was worth, and the settlement proceeded. And that just, to me, I think embodies who he is as a person, that he has such honor and integrity and understands the responsibilities that he has and also the purpose of the system, that he wasn't going to do something that would be detrimental to the injured worker. Instead, he would carry out the intent of the legislature in making sure that benefits were provided.
And I assume he did it in a professional manner, not to embarrass the attorney?
Oh, no, not at all. As a matter of fact, I ended up talking to the attorney at some point too. No, absolutely. And that's certainly something that I also appreciate from him. He is always professional, respectful, measured. He has the perfect temperament to be an administrative law judge. And I certainly know this from, as I said, working for him for 5 years, and I've never had a situation where I have seen him be anything but the utmost professional.
Thank you very much. Any of the councilors have any questions?
Good to see you again, Judge. Well, as I recall, your hearing we did in the middle of the pandemic.
We did, yes, Counselor, yes.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you. And that will exhaust your witnesses, is that correct?
Yes, Counselor.
Before we hear from you, is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition to the nomination? That will close out that portion. At this point, we'll hear from you. You've already introduced your folks, so we'll hear from you.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate that. Thank you to every member of the Governor's Council here for your consideration today and for taking the time to talk to me over the last couple of weeks. Thank you to my own counselor, Chris Iannella, for holding this hearing today. Thank you to Emily from the JNC, the nominating panel from the DIA, the Workers' Comp Advisory Council, and to Bob Ross for sending my name forward to you. Thank you to the Governor for the honor of this nomination. Thank you to the Lieutenant Governor for taking the time to meet with me for what I considered a really great conversation and for sending me here for your consideration. Thank you to Holly and Pat and the rest of my team at the DIA here for being so amazing and showing the workers' comp world who we are over the last couple of very difficult years. Thank you to my witness, my friend Karen, for being here and for her kind words. Thank you to my general counsel, Mike Doheny, who was here but had to go, for his guidance and friendship and for coming today. Thank you to Senior Judge Omar Hernandez for being a great partner in public service over the years, especially in the last few, where we have quite literally stood in conference rooms together after calls or meetings, trying to figure out how we're going to keep up and serve everyone to the best of our ability. If confirmed, I look forward to working for him and doing the best I can to improve on what's already a solid panel of judges, some of whom he stole from me anyway. Thank you to my brothers, Jimmy and Brian, and my sister, Kim. I've always said that my mom and dad gave me 3 siblings, but my neighborhood gave me a few more brothers. I want to thank them for a lifetime of support and for watching today. I want to thank my Aunt Janet in Weymouth and my Uncle Paul in St. Louis, who are also watching me. Thank you to my family, to my wife Marissa, who's watching from Toronto, my daughter Sam, watching from New York City, my son Daniel, who's here, and my little ones Max and Reagan, who are in school right now, but they're showing me my love and support in their own ways. I always tell everyone that I'm just another Irish kid from Dorchester, and I mean that with the greatest sense of pride that I could have. My dad was from South Boston. He worked as a salesman and a sales manager his whole life. My mom was from Charlestown, and she dreamed of being a wife and mother and was the best homemaker you would ever be lucky enough to know. I know they're here with me in spirit today and every day. We didn't have a lot growing up, but they worked hard to give us a great life, the experience that we needed to succeed. We still have no idea how they managed to send all 4 of the St. Gregory's and 3 of us boys on to Catholic Memorial and my sister to Notre Dame Academy. I'm not sitting here because I was born on 3rd and walk around like I hit a triple. My parents instilled in me and my siblings a sense of hard work, loyalty, and duty to others above self, and I carry that through to every facet of my life. I started work when I was 14 years old, if you don't count the week I worked at a bakery when I was 12 and they fired me because they found out I was actually 12. I was a salesman at Tom McCann on Washington Street. And at the same time at Fenway Park, I worked for Harry M. Stevens, hawking hot chocolate and popcorn and trays of Pepsi that I could barely carry at the time. I've been working ever since. I attended UMass, where I earned my degree. My mom worked part-time at Kearney Hospital to help me pay for my books. I graduated there in 1994. I then went on to Suffolk Law School at night while working full-time here in the State House usually running across Stern Street around 5:59 to get to my 6 o'clock class. None of it was easy, but I managed to graduate with honors in 1998. I stayed where I was here for another year and then figured it was time to put my law license to work. I started out with one of the largest workers' compensation insurance defense firms in Massachusetts back in 2000, where I was shown the ropes by Mike Reedy, one of the best in the business. I left after a couple of years there and I partnered up with a friend at 11 Beacon until I went out on my own in 2005, where I did everything except criminal law. I learned what it was like to be on both sides of the V. I represented both insurers and employees, plaintiffs and defendants, and some uninsured employers as well, which was my first exposure to the trust fund. I did not advertise, and I got my business by way of mouth, and I'm proud to say that I ran a pretty successful solo practice. In 2016, my friend Jerry Pugsley mentioned that there was an opening at the board for a general counsel, and that's how I am where I am today. I want to thank him for his support and friendship over the last 20 plus years, especially back when we had some great cases against each other. I have really enjoyed my work over the last 6 years. As I said in my opening, I have a great team. And I work with a pretty stellar senior staff as well that includes Senior Judge Hernandez, Director Bowles, and Bill Topier. The last couple of years have shown all of us the vital role that our statute plays in our society, keeping food on the tables of those who are legitimately injured at work and making sure they get the medical treatment necessary to help them through their injuries. I want to thank my legal team and my investigations team for adopting a more human approach to our functionality over the last few years. It has made the difference in countless lives, I know it. I will always credit my team for getting those things done. Moving on to the reviewing board will be a natural progression from my role, making sure that decisions are in line with the statute as I continue to serve the stakeholders of the Massachusetts DIA system. I'm joining a new team at the DIA, and I look forward to the new challenges that I would face. It would be an honor to become an administrative judge and ask for your votes to allow me to do so. And thank you for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. At this point, Councilor Eileen Duff.
You know, I had a great talk with you, and I honestly don't have any questions. You are highly recommended by the folks in the community that know this court and know this work. And I thank you for applying to it. Being willing to step up and get someone else to it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
I've got a few pages of questions. I'm good. I'm voting for them. Thank you.
Councilor DiPaolo.
Thank you, Counselor. Exactly what Counselor Duff said. I've heard very, very good things about you people, are effusive in your praise, so I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Moving along, Councilor Mary Hurley.
As I told you, I'm with the firm of Pellegrini, Seeley, Ryan, and Mosley. God bless them. And you've got an A+ rating, and you're not just a good guy, you're a great guy who really takes it at heart for the workers. And I'm voting for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving along, Councilor Joseph Ferreira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reiterate what Councilor DiPaolo said and my other councils, Councilor Duff, same thing. And Councilor Kennedy has said really nice things about you. And he doesn't say nice things about a lot of people. So, that's one. Yeah, that means a lot, but you have good support from great people who do work in your area. So you have my support next week.
Thank you very much.
Ionella, I just forgot to mention that Councilor Ionella was also a big supporter of yours as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Councilor Robert Juvenville.
I reiterate what my councilors have said. Councilor Kennedy is a big friend of yours and a fan. Councilor Ionella also put his trademark stamp of approval on you. And anybody that grew up in St. Gregory's Parish.
Yep, that's me. Thank you.
Councilor Marilyn Petito Devaney. How they do?
Nice to see you again.
You too, Counselor.
We got you in, you know, the 5th. I think you're my 1,000th person that I have met from parole board to judge. But I just want to say that I was very impressed when I met with you and the resume. Now, for the public, for them to know, would you tell them what's the difference between the industrial accident, someone on the industrial accident board as an administrative law judge, or on the reviewing board?
Well, the reviewing board is our own internal appellate court. We have our own court system. Administrative judges oversee conferences, hearings, lump sums, you name it. I always call it the bump and hustle under the backboard. They then write their decisions, and either party that's aggrieved by that decision can appeal it to the reviewing board. That's where we have 6 slots for administrative law judges to review the administrative judge's decision and make a determination whether the decision is beyond the scope of the authority, if it's arbitrary and capricious, or contrary to law. And then the reviewing board will issue a written decision, whether it's a summary disposition or an actual legal decision.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this, that one of the cases you had really touched my heart. And for you to get a letter from the victim's family, and it was sure that it must be something that stayed with you. And it was Anna and Nick, the letter about how compassionate you were, and you know how pleased they were with you, and how they endorsed you for this position. So why don't you tell the public about that?
And Nick Cabral?
You had a case with that.
Counselor, you have the wrong candidate. The wrong candidate. That's what Mike Culhane for the Superior Court.
So you know what it is. I've had.
I know some Cabrals, but I don't think I've ever.
So often, of course, you're going to the review. So, tell me, how did you get interested in this line of?
I was leaving the State House. I was looking for a legal job. And I interviewed with, again, Mike Reedy and Gary Sykes down in the Raynham office of Morrison, Mahoney and Miller. And through the course of that interview, Attorney Reedy asked me if I had any objection to doing workers' comp law, and I said no.
I do want to correct myself, because at 2:30, we were supposed to have another nominee.
Sure, no, that's okay. I was racking my brain trying to figure out who it was.
That's why I try to keep track of 5 people in one day is not easy. So you were manager of 212 workers. What kind of responsibilities did you have?
As well, as deputy director and general counsel. Well, we have a senior staff, and we make sure that everybody's doing their job, essentially. I oversee the legal department, the investigations department, and the workers' comp trust fund. I think we're up to about 57 or $60 million in transactions with the trust fund annually. My investigators are out there every day doing their job, trying to protect workers from being taken advantage of by uninsured employers. And my legal team makes sure that we take care of our most vulnerable workers.
So what was the inspiration to go from solo practitioner after all those years to go into this particular job?
Well, I think it was a return to public service, quite frankly. That would be it. I enjoy workers' comp law. It's a small bar, as Attorney Occasions here. Everybody knows one another. It was an opportunity to continue to do that and to serve the citizens of the Commonwealth.
So you got through the COVID and everything. Did you find any problems at all as far as, well, you had in-person hearings, but with the others you had virtual. How did those work out? You know, I have a problem when you can't look someone in the eye and you can't see them in person. So tell me how you.
Well, I think that's why we continue to have hearings in person, because the overwhelming thought was that in order to assess someone's credibility, you know, a judge should be able to look at that person in person. We actually, when face masks were required, we got clear face masks so that the judges would have a whole face view rather than have, you know, their face half covered.
They're looking for workers' compensation with food on the table, but you have to look to see what the range of disability is, you know?
Sure.
So that's what I'm saying, that virtual, you know, I didn't like that.
Well, conferences are different. They're a different animal. It's really the lawyers doing the talking. The employee is not actually allowed to testify at the time of conference. The judge can ask questions, certainly, but testimony is not taken. So conferences were okay virtually, conciliations okay virtually, but the hearings we did hold in person for that very reason, is so the judge could actually take a look at the parties coming in.
So when you were in private practice, you represented insurance and individuals?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the percentage?
Oh, I was primarily insurance defense.
So how did you, you had to go into this with a different outlook, did you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. And it took some convincing from folks that, I mean, but that's the purpose of the statute. That's what we do. So it was actually easier than you might think. And how I might say it was, because we're there to protect injured workers. That's the trust fund, right? That's what we're there for. Insurance company pay assessments to us to make sure that, you know, the guys who might be cheating the system, you know, if someone gets hurt, they're taken care of. They're not left out.
And did you have disabled workers with COVID?
Oh, sure, we had a spike in, oh, yes,
So-
absolutely.
So you consider a disabled worker having COVID being the disability?
Well, if it's something that they contracted at work and it prevents them from working, then sure, they're considered under the statute to be disabled. I think that quite frankly, the COVID, the pandemic and its effect here with us was a testament to how the statute actually works and that it does work. Because for the most part, unless you're stricken with a very bad case or long COVID, you know, we have a pay without prejudice period. And I think a lot of insurers availed themselves to that pay without prejudice period, which allowed them to not actually accept liability for a COVID case, but it also, they made sure that their worker was taken care of. And the fact that that's built into the statute, I think was actually a testament to how the statute is crafted, that we were able to get through the pandemic.
It works.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm impressed, your commitment to public service. You started here in the State House.
I did.
And that was a great introduction to answer people's problems and to follow up on it. So you think that helped?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it was such a pleasure to meet with you. And I wish you all good luck. It's a great board. That's the access board. I can't stop smiling because you're all great.
Thank you very much, Counselor. You mentioned Dorchester. You mentioned St. Gregory's Parish.
Yes.
I want to see how good my memory is. Ward 17, Precinct 4? I could be wrong.
Phil Lav.
What's
Park, yes, I think we were precinct 4.
And my good friend lived there. He served on the city council with my father, Larry DeCara.
Sure.
You know him, that family?
Yes, absolutely.
He was very active in the community. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, he served on the city council for a few years with my father. No, I don't have any questions. You know, you and I spoke. I think you're going to be a great addition to the reviewing board. You definitely have the experience. I understand from the judge that you're a great writer. So when your name comes before the council next week, I'll be more than happy to support you.
Thank you, Counselor.
I think I have 1 minute after you. I think I'm allowed.
Freddie, you don't.
Okay,
I'll even give you 2.
I just wanted to say that for people who don't know, and I know everybody in this room knows, that your presiding counselor, his dad, Chris Ionella Sr., there is a room over the city hall that's named after him. And the very first time I ever walked in there, I got filled up just seeing it. It was just such that you must be very proud. So
Funny that story. It's the Boston City Council chamber.
I'm sorry, Chamber.
Chamber. No, you had it right. It's named after my father. My father passed away in 1992, and then my brother ran for the city council, and he served there for like I think 6 years, and then he went on to be the Suffolk County Register of Probate, and then after that he retired. I hadn't been to the city council chamber since my brother served on the council, which was like 20 some odd years ago. And so my son's girlfriend from Germany came like about a month ago, and I brought her over to the chamber, and we took a picture of her and my father's picture, which is on the wall today. Yeah, it's a good story.
I saw it last year.
Yes. Thank you very much. Well, that will conclude the hearing, and good luck to you, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody else. Thank you. Yeah.
And I want to welcome everyone. I'm going to read a little letter from Governor Charles D. Baker. I am pleased to nominate Michael K. Helene to the position of Associate Justice of the Superior Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am enclosing the nominee's resume for your convenience. So welcome, Michael, and if you'd like to introduce people before we begin, feel free.
Thank you, Councilor Ferrera. First, I'd like to introduce my wife of 22 years, Christine, my father-in-law, Ray Capers, my sister, Sherry, friend and mentor, Renee Steese, Steve Garver, retired captain with the Massachusetts State Police, my father, Mike, my mom, Flo, my friend and victim witness advocate, Alice Beauregard, and my friend Karen O'Sullivan in the office as well.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to begin the hearing by hearing from one of your three witnesses, and that is Judge Rafi Hussain. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Always a pleasure to have you.
Pleasure to be here. So good afternoon, counselors. I am so happy to speak on behalf of Mike K. Helene and in support of his nomination to be a Justice of the Superior Court. I met Mike probably 6 or 7 years ago, shortly after I had become a judge. sitting in the first criminal session in Fall River Superior Court. There was a case scheduled for motion to suppress with another ADA. It was a complicated motion, not your typical, maybe two police officers doing a motor vehicle stop. But it was a case that involved civilians, maybe 8 witnesses, some of them civilians. They had all showed up to court, but the assistant DA was sick. And I looked over to my left in the jury box where all of the ADAs and defense attorneys were sitting, and I said, is there someone for the Commonwealth that can step up and represent the Commonwealth in this case? Mr. Kayane stood up. He said, Judge, let me go talk to the witnesses and I'll come back and report. He came back and he said, Judge, I'm ready to proceed. I don't remember what happened with the case, but I certainly remember what he did that day. Standing up to support one of his colleagues, standing up to help the court to make sure we can move a case along, and most importantly, standing up for citizens, individuals that, not police officers, but individuals that were called in to testify and not wasting their time. They came into court, so he was going to move forward with the case. And that's who Mike is. That's who Mike Kayane is. He's a person that I think I speak on behalf of all of the judges in Bristol County who he appears in front of regularly, that we would be glad to call him one of our colleagues. Since that time, he's appeared in front of me countless times. He's an excellent lawyer. He's always prepared. He's even-tempered. I've never seen him lose his cool. He just has a very good temper. Treats everyone respectfully, not just the judges that are in front of him, but he treats everyone from the witnesses to the court staff, the clerks, the interpreters. He treats everyone with the great deal of respect that they deserve. Most importantly, the cases are serious. He's even-tempered, but the cases are serious, and sometimes things get heated, arguments get heated. I've never seen him, whatever happens in the courtroom, he walks out of there with a smile on his face. He doesn't walk away with it, doesn't walk away angry or anything like that. He's just a consummate professional. Over the past year, I think we've lovingly called this in the Superior Court the year of the trial. We've been trying to move as many murders, child rapes, things like that kind of got older during the pandemic when we couldn't try cases. Mike Kayane is personally, I know he's tried 3 murders. He tried a murder in front of me last December. He tried the co-defendant on that murder in August of this year. And then 2 weeks later, well, not 2 weeks later, right when that trial ended, he started another trial in front of me. And this was a case that involved 2 motorcycle gangs that were involved in a shooting. A member of one gang shot and killed a member of another gang. We had significant security issues. And it was so important to have someone like Mike Kayane as one of the attorneys in that case to make sure that it got tried fairly, it got tried efficiently, and it got tried safely. We were able to make sure that all of the jurors were safe throughout that trial, the witnesses were safe throughout the trial, the attorney, everybody was safe because of the way it was handled and him coordinating with the Fall River Police and with everyone in the court staff. So it's without reservation that I recommend Mike Kayane to hopefully become one of my colleagues in the Superior Court.
Thank you, Judge. Councilor Jubaville.
See you, Judge.
See you.
I have to say, in my view, you are one of the best judges in the Superior Court. And if Mike is half the judge you are, he'd be a great judge.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Any other questions for the judge? Councilor Devaney?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
You don't come very often.
It's a long ride. I'd like to come more often.
Yeah, but what an honor for you to be here to speak for this nominee. And it's my honor to vote for you, my proudest vote, and so glad to have you in the Superior Court. We don't have everyone qualified going to the Superior Court, I'm sad to say, and you're there holding down the fort. I'm glad you are. Tell me, is there any one quality that you think is outstanding about this nominee that he brings to the court?
His temperament.
Wow, that's
His temperament just stands out. Again, the cases, it's not like he's handling OUIs in the district court. He's handling murders and significant felonies, and he always does it in a respectful way to everyone in the court. And I don't see that changing in any way if he becomes a judge.
Well, I'm so glad to see you, and your testimony means so much to all of us, really.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Renee Stees, Esquire. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, counselors. I practice law in South Hadley. I worked with Mike at the Northwestern District Attorney's Office between 2000 and 2010. I was first assistant there. I supervised him most directly after he was promoted to the Superior Court. And I am here to tell you that I believe that his past performance is a reliable indicator of his future performance. Mike, from the time he got to Superior Court, I was impressed by his firm grasp of the law, his work ethic, his common sense, his great potential. I believe that he will quickly master the civil law. Like Mike, I, 11 years ago, made a transition from a professional life that was entirely of a criminal nature. I was a career prosecutor. I retired from that and went into private practice and onto the civil side. And I found that there was a lot of commonality between the two things. There certainly was a learning curve, but I believe that Mike's work as a Superior Court prosecutor and the considerations and the decisions that he makes on a regular basis are going to assist him in making that transition. Every day in his work, Mike makes decisions about the sufficiency of evidence, the credibility of witnesses, the reliability and utility of scientific evidence. He's well familiar with all of that, which comes into play, very much comes into play, I have found, on the civil side. Most importantly, Mike is a person of great integrity. He is intelligent, compassionate, honest, hardworking, wise, patient, and personally engaging. He truly loves human beings of all walks of life. I have seen the ease that he has with people of all stripes, and he just, what the judge said about his temperament, I call him at 5 a.m. on a murder trial, and honestly, and he'd answer the phone, "Good morning, Renee." And, you know, he's just a great, solid person. Mike has reached an age and has the kind of life experience that I believe is now a perfect time in his life to ascend to the Superior Court bench. I have absolutely no doubt that if appointed, Mike will serve the Superior Court bench with great distinction. And I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next, going to hear from Alice Beauregard, please. Alice not prepared to speak? Was that a surprise look, Alice? Wait, you don't have to be long. Do you think he's a good guy? You want us to appoint him? You want to say anything else, or you're done? We're good.
Worked with Mike for many years, since 2012. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can stand wherever you want. You can stand, sit, do whatever you want.
Thank you. I've worked with Mike since 2012 in the capacity of victim witness advocate. And I know Mike well. He is, without question, a person of integrity, hard worker. He provides space for families that are at their lowest points in their lives. We see a lot of people who have suffered greatly. Mike has always, always provided a safe space for people to be heard, for families to voice their frustrations, their concerns. And he listens. He listens without judgment. He listens with patience. And he has a wonderful ability to explain a very complicated system and law to these families. Mike is always prepared for court. He works very well with people in the office, regardless of what their position is, regardless of how long they have been there. Mike has always a polite way about him. Words like thank you and please are very common when we work with Mike. And I can't say enough about him in terms of his capabilities. He is well versed in the law. He is always prepared. He has great temperament, as you have heard here from other witnesses today. And it is without reservation that I ask that you consider and appoint Mike for Superior Court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. All right, anyone else in favor? Captain, you want to say anything? All right. You look serious over there. Anyone opposed? Oh, here comes somebody now. Any others behind you? Opposed?
Just one little statement.
No, I just asked if there's anyone else opposed, witnesses, we're still on witnesses. All right, I thought you were coming in to oppose, I wasn't sure. Okay. All right, we're gonna close that portion of the hearing, and we're gonna hear from you why we should confirm you.
Councilor Ferrera. Thank you to Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito for the confidence in me in making the nomination. Thank you to Chief Legal Counsel Bob Ross and Emily Gauthier of the Judicial Nominating Commission for their guidance through the process. Thank you to the members of the JNC and the Joint Bar Committee for their time and consideration. Thank you to Valerie McCarthy and counselors, especially thank you for the time you've given me prior to and leading up to today's hearing and for your time and consideration this afternoon. I grew up in a blue-collar family where my parents instilled a very strong work ethic in me. At a very young age, I was introduced into the family business, an automotive business that my grandfather, Big Jim Callahan, started when he immigrated from a small town in Ireland, Killorglin in County Kerry. I was tasked with sweeping the floors at the body shop, cleaning cars after they were repaired, and helping with any administrative duties. As soon as I obtained my driver's license, I quickly became a tow truck driver. I was working nights and weekends. It was demanding, but it was great work, and it was my first opportunity to help people. Whether it was someone who had just been involved in a major motor vehicle crash or someone who was broken down on the side of the road, it was my first opportunity to help people. My mother, a dental assistant, and my father, who graduated from the auto body division of Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School, always encouraged me to obtain higher education, but kept me grounded while I was doing it. I always worked while I was in school, whether it was pumping gas at the gas station across the street from my apartment or working in the coffee shop on campus washing dishes and making pizzas. My blue-collar beginnings have kept me, and I assure you will keep me, humble and willing to keep an open mind when dealing with people from all backgrounds. After graduation from Suffolk Law, where I attended nights while continuing to work full-time, I began working as a new prosecutor in the Greenfield and Orange District Courts. I quickly learned how to handle cases from arraignment through trial, and I'm fortunate to have a number of great mentors who helped me learn the process and, more importantly, how to respect people in the process. After also working in the Northampton and Hadley District Courts, I was promoted to the Superior Court in 2004, where I began to handle major felony cases. It was a completely different environment for me. I had to learn an entirely new area of law and all the disciplines related to it. I had to become somewhat of an expert in forensics, DNA, firearms, cell phone extraction and analysis, and computer technology, because I had to understand the science as well as my experts and able to effectively present them to the jury. In 2011, I was fortunate to join the Bristol County District Attorney's Office, where I began to handle murders, non-fatal shootings, arsons, elder abuse cases, and other serious felonies. Over my career, I've worked to mentor younger prosecutors and help them hone their craft as attorneys. I believe that my strong work ethic, and the vast range of knowledge that I've gained in various but specialized areas of criminal law that I've gained over the years provide me with excellent tools to effectively preside over cases within the jurisdiction of the Superior Court. As the liaison to the Fall River Shannon Grant Program, I was tasked with working with community providers to implement a strategy of social intervention, opportunity provision, and community mobilization. I'm extremely proud of my work with this group and the number of individuals who we helped avoid being introduced into the criminal justice system while keeping neighborhoods safe. I will also bring to the bench my personal experience in the area of substance use disorder. My father now is 22 years sober after his own involvement with the court system on a driving offense. As a young assistant district attorney, it was a very difficult time for me and more so for our family. However, I quickly learned that any family can fall victim to the disease of substance use disorder. Over the past 20 plus years, my father has assisted countless individuals with their own sobriety, and I am extremely proud of his strong level of support for those who struggle every day. I will bring my experience in the trial court and my family's very personal experience to the bench with me if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed. I thank you for your time and for your consideration, and I humbly ask that you confirm my nomination to the Superior Court. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Jubenville.
Thank you. You have a great reputation. And I know Karen O'Sullivan's here, and she met me in the market the other day and gave me a glowing report about you.
She's a great colleague.
Yeah, and someday she may hopefully be sitting in your chair, but I don't think I can convince her right now. In any event, witnesses are right on time. I congratulate your dad. It's a challenge and a great deal of determination and commitment to get out of alcohol and not go back to it. So I appreciate that. In addition to all of that, you're a good Northampton boy. That means a lot to me. I'm going to be voting for you next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Devaney.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for that long distance. I hope it was worth the ride.
It certainly was.
Anyway, I know everyone has said wonderful things about you. I'm timed, so I'm going to talk fast. It's a crazy rule. We shouldn't be timed. But anyway, what I was so, and I want to apologize that you have been rejected 3 times that you've applied. How outrageous would someone with this much experience and qualifications and murders and all of the things that you've seen. So I've seen it all, and I'm looking at the dates that you applied. One of those dates, council voted for a Superior Court nominee. You had 6 cases in 21 years, okay? And then you applied for district court, and I see that date, and we had someone that was an assistant with one of 13 assistant solicitors in a city hall, and then you worked for sheriff and who's never been in court. So I've seen them all. So we don't have all the best, but we have the best right here. So you have wonderful mentors. So having said that, never even recommended by the Judicial Nominating Commission, so you never even had a time with to spend with the governor to have him know how qualified you were. So I apologize, and I'm so glad you're persistent 4 times. Thank you. The thing is that everyone I talk to has such high regard to you, and they put 5 through, and we had someone in your time, and I'm looking at yours, and I really screwed up. But anyway, I had to meet with 5 this week, so you were so kind to come all of that way. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a letter that we got that really touched my heart. And if you want to talk about that, that was it was the nephew of this and McGrath that you had that horrendous case.
There was a case that actually took place in Fall River where a son who had been tasked with taking care of his mother and his 2 sisters. She left his mother to suffer greatly. She had tremendous medical issues that were not addressed, and abused his 2 sister. So it was a very difficult case, especially involving two family members. So, but it was a case that ended up with a strong result. And I've kept in close contact with the family. The offender has been released from prison, is on probation, has actually tried to gain access to his sisters again. So I've stayed in touch with the family to make sure that the orders of probation that are in effect, as well as the restraining order that's in effect, are followed and that they're protected.
If I don't go to anybody, they don't ever have, you got a stamp on your forehead, compassion, and that's for sure. Now, you like to write, I know when I met with you, and that's a priority, being on Superior Court. Now, your writing, I was very impressed. Tell us about the writing that you had given us here.
That writing there was connected to a first-degree murder case that involved individual by the name of Anthony Carvalho, who was walking to his girlfriend's house. He, by happenstance, ran into two people that he used to know who were out looking to rob someone. When they saw Anthony, they believed that he had been a snitch in a prior case. They both produced firearms, chased him as he ran down the street. They fired 15 shots at him. He was actually able to run almost 2 blocks to the rear of St. Anne's Hospital, where he collapsed and didn't survive his injuries. It was a long case because of the fact of different defense counsel coming in and out of the case, as well as we were preparing to try the case. COVID hit, so there was a long delay before the case came to trial. We tried the case. It was one of the first murder cases coming out of COVID that we tried in Bristol Superior. Both defendants were convicted and are serving life sentences.
We've seen a lot, and the thing is that I have your age. I don't want someone 5 years old. You're 52. You're bringing life and savings. Obviously, not everyone has gone through the struggles that your family did, so you know. You understand when someone's before you, drug addicted or alcoholism or mental issue, and that's important. And you should have been there long ago, but you're there now, and I'm very pleased that you finally got through. Time. So when you think of all the mistakes you've had, these obviously are in your mind. Is it one that was about rewarding you?
At the time, it's my job to be able to speak for the victims in murder cases who aren't able to speak for themselves. There was a case that I tried with Renee that was a very intense case that involved DNA really at its onset, and there was a tremendous amount of work that was done by the state police and by the Ware Police Department to investigate that case, and it was a.
So with that, Mr. Lara, did he get life sentence?
He did receive a life sentence.
So no, there's really nothing I can ask you more. It's just so impressive. And I regret the good people that are bypassed because they're out there and the political people jump the line a lot of times up here. And I'm so glad you got through. You deserve it. And to have someone like this as a judge coming to speak for you, that speaks volumes. So I'm very pleased, and I'm going to be happy to vote here and work with you on the bench.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Iannella.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Prosecutor for 20-some odd years, with no civil experience, correct?
That's correct.
It's okay. Ideally, my ideal candidate for me is always someone in private practice, or civil, all little criminal, civil. Public payable as a prosecutor. She's always, more about business, But you have people like Juvenile, Kennedy, Paulo, Arizona, private practice.
You need the one.
So, if they're going to think of rank, the electric bill, the paralegal, the secretary. So if these folks that have come in for a continuance, okay, it wasn't as timely as you would have liked. But somebody calls you the night before, and his name is Mr. Green. But you want to make sure you can get that case, go to his arraignment, go into a pre-trial in front of you. So I hope you always remember that, because if you show up, you can always get someone else in the office to cover for you. I had a story. Oh, it's funny, he got, nominated like, you know, it happens.
What can we get those?
So my husband surprised me. True story. Surprised me. What did he have a birth? He's got one to take me to Bermuda next week. But I have a trial in front of you. What would you do? Oh, that. Right. All right. Not this person. True story. Well, yeah, husband should know the schedule. He should have planned it. Surprised. I go, you kidding me? And then there was a break in action, and she came back. Miraculously, she changed her mind. I mean, I think these things can happen to you. Absolutely. All that, I mean, my wife's crazy.
He's not buying you anything. Buy yourself, yeah.
Yeah. Keep that, you know, I never come up with it, we got one time. I just want to bring that to your attention, we've been a prosecutor. The other thing, I've been on the council a few years. Always ask this question, I'm always. What's a prosecutor? Always a prosecutor. You know.
I've heard that.
And you get someone like Juville or Kennedy, they got a case in front of you. Tell me what you're gonna do.
But it'd be someone who's always going to be fair. In my job now, I always have to look at both sides of the issue when I'm analyzing a case and determine what the strengths and weaknesses of the particular case. So certainly, someone that's always going to bring fairness and good judgment.
Well, that's good. You know, when I first started out a couple of years ago, a few years ago, I did a lot of court appointment work. It seems to me that the judge would always, whether it was a bail issue or sentencing, 95% of the time, it would only go along with the recommendation of the EPA. I hope you're fair and hope you run a state for prosecutors. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Your counsel has been a real great supporter. He really has been. It's late in the game, I'm lucky, but it's late. I mean, they can easily not fill this position. But he's a strong advocate, so you look, counselor for a lot more than you probably realize, just because they're thrilled. I mean, they're late. But when you come to for us, I'll be more than happy to support you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Duff, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think to Counselor Ainella's point, and he knows because he's a skilled attorney and a valued member of the council, having a counselor with good relationships on the council benefits the people in their district. It matters. It matters a lot. And it's something that the public doesn't always understand, is that if you know, you're not well liked and respected, you really don't have any juice here. So, so that's a great compliment. You and I had a great talk, chatting, we had a couple of laughs and everything. But I gave you the same thing. I'm not going to beat you up over it, the prosecutor thing. Gave you my 2 cents of advice on those issues, which we don't need to rehash. But the one thing I did tell you I was going to ask you, and I am going to ask you because I want it publicly on the record, is, you know, Superior Court is the only court where Mary Moe cases come. And it's taken a little while for some people to really understand that. Some people thought it was other courts. It's not. It's Superior Court. How are you going to deal with that?
Follow the law on that, and if I have a child who's coming to me, that I will follow the instructions that and uphold her rights.
So you would support a woman and a young woman's right to autonomy over their body. Okay, that's important. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Counselor Kennedy.
We had a great talk on the phone. I have to tell you, the same concern that my colleagues expressed about the fact that your whole career as a prosecutor.
Bill Bloomer?
You know that when I go into court every day, you're in court pretty much every day, I imagine. And, you know, we have judges in the courts that people look at as prosecution-oriented or defense-oriented, right? Everybody says that they're gonna be right down the middle. Everybody believes they're right down the middle, but you and I both know they're not, right? How are you gonna take that hat off? The prosecutor's gonna.
I think will be an easy transition to go from being an advocate to an umpire and making sure that my job is to not take either side, but listen to each side fairly and make a decision based on the facts without any prejudice or influence.
Every judge in the world says that. Every judge in the world thinks they're fair. But some people tend to be pro-prosecution or pro-defendant, right? You've seen it over and over, right? You've seen, oh, we got this, we got Judge so-and-so, I'm gonna lose that motion to suppress, right? On either side, right? Yeah. Same facts, different judge. One pro-prosecution, one pro-defendant. They both think they're coming down the middle, right?
Right.
So how are you gonna make the adjustment, having spent your whole career as a prosecutor? Because my view of judges is that they should be leaning towards the defense side all the time, because that's the way our system is built. Our system of justice is built that way. You spent your whole career, as you should have been, leaning towards the prosecution, right? You gotta make a big shift. How are you gonna do it?
My duty as a prosecutor is also.
Everybody says that too. To do justice. Do justice.
Exactly.
And you got a great reputation for as a good prosecutor. I'm not disputing that, no question about it. You know, and I've many friends that are prosecutors that bend over backwards to be fair, and that's your reputation. I'm not suggesting that, but you still got to make that shift.
No problem holding the Commonwealth to their burden and being.
You know, usually when you have a person chairing your hearing that's a big advocate for a nominee and twisting your arm, it's usually only one person. I get it for both arms, between Mary and Joe this time, you know, both of them twisting my arm. So I'll be voting for you next week.
Thank you. The east and the west met the center. Councilor DiPaolo.
Crap out of me in the center.
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
You come with high recommendations and respect in the bar community. So I just want to ask about a couple things. First is, what's your take on status of how brain development science is overlapping with the work of the Superior Court right now?
It's certainly in the forefront, and it's certainly brought up by Diachenko and the other cases that are there. So I think there has been quite a bit of knowledge brought to the Superior Court about that, to be able to analyze that and to be able to address that when considering whether it's youthful offenders or juveniles who were charged with murder in the Superior Court.
Okay, so are you referring to particular Superior Court decisions of late? Or do you know of any of in the last year that touched this issue?
My case that I discussed with the homicide of Anthony Carvalho, there were two young men who were involved in that case. There were one of the individuals, Tavon, juvenile in that case, so that was thoroughly briefed. There was a motion to reduce the verdict that was brought afterwards, raising the issue of brain development of juveniles. So yes, I'm familiar with it.
So do you think, from Diachenko, do you think the legal reasoning is open enough to jump from life without parole, which is where the cases have been now, to other considerations around sentencing?
I think it brings it to the area of being able to analyze certain people in their particular circumstances, so that like in that case, there was a 2-year age difference between the two defendants who were involved in that case. So as the United States Supreme Court hasn't extended it, neither has our SJC, but I think it's something that as more research.
I don't know if the SJC's been asked to yet, right? But in their decisions, they've been noting that where they look is the science, and the science is where it is, which is that kind of incontrovertible, pardon me, the evidence is there that isn't done developing until at least the mid-20s.
And I think what they've looked to also is further exploration of the science to be able to, and I think are probably looking to that particular case to potentially expand that to other juvenile
And
matters.
I'm very interested in Superior Court judges who are going to, if that ever were to come before them, dig into the technical nature of the science and find the evidence that's there. Are you familiar with the Superior Court sentencing guidelines?
I am familiar with them, yes.
How do you approach them? Are you going to use them, or do you think it's a good idea to have them?
I think it's a good idea to have them. I think it does provide for consistency in sentencing, that it's something that when you're looking at a person's prior criminal record and the offense that they have committed, that it does try to standardize sentences throughout the Commonwealth.
I don't disagree with you that that's the intent, but when I read them though, I mean, there's an awful lot of subjectivity around how to apply these factors, right? So I'm looking at them right now. We talked about age, some of the mitigating circumstances, the criminal history you just brought up overstates the seriousness of the defendant's prior record. Is that something that happens? I mean, that's a subjective evaluation, I would think. Have you ever seen that, where criminal history overstates the seriousness of the defendant's record?
I think that you have to look into not just the record, but also the individual cases that are beyond it as well. That simply looking at the record is not going to give you the history of the defendant, that you're not going to get that from the paper. So further exploration of that and looking into the background, what brought them to the court in those particular cases is important.
Is there always time in court to do that?
I think more so in Superior Court that time can be made there to do a very thoughtful analysis, and if necessary to request an aid in sentencing and have a further investigation and evaluation done to detail the defendant's prior history, what brought them to that point, their upbringing, their level of education, their work opportunities, those types of things to look at.
And am I inferring all those factors you just enumerated would be factors that you'd be taking into consideration?
Of course.
And how would that affect like someone with a difficult background? How does that translate in your head to why you're considering it?
I think you have to look at what is it that brought that person to the court, the lack of opportunities that person had. Was there a situation where their family situation or their upbringing forced them to meet certain circumstances when they were young, but there's been a break in their...
So when you're a judge, how might that play out? Is that a reduced sentence? Is that an alternative? I mean, what is available to you as a judge to take those into account?
Many different alternatives. It could be a probation sentence with certain conditions to follow, whether it's a mental health treatment, with the job opportunities, with substance abuse treatment and counseling, those types of things that certainly could be fashioned into a sentence to assist someone.
My last item, have you visited any of our correctional facilities?
I have.
I assume you've had occasion to do so.
I have.
And what's it like?
It depends on the facility. Certainly, the Bristol County House of Correction, I've been there recently and frequently. I can say I'm always happy when I walk out and the door closes behind me. So it's certainly it's a difficult place to be.
It is. What's the biggest need there?
I think
the Commonwealth.
I think the biggest need in the facilities is because we have so many people who come into the system that have dual diagnosis, that have mental health issues and have substance use disorder, that having clinicians there on staff to be able to help them when they're there and use the time while they're incarcerated to address those issues. I think that I did a lot of work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and with our office on reentry programs to try to make sure that people who are getting out have the proper tools to be able to use when they come out to reduce recidivism. So I think that's extremely important.
I agree. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
I wanted Councilor Hurley.
What happened? You used to have dark hair.
I used to. I followed in my father's footsteps, so I went gray at an early age.
Inevitable, unfortunately. I never got gray, I just gave it. So, It's been a long time. I must say that your nomination was the thrill of my entire time on the Governor's Council. Well-deserved. I got a call from Betsy Scheibel, your former boss.
Wonderful.
Rave reviews about you. And Maureen Walsh, now on the appeals court as a judge. She also called and just said that you were hardworking, knew the law, always involved, very, very empathetic. Do a great job as a judge. In that letter that was referred to by Counselor Devaney from the Cabrals, the last line says it all to me. Some people say that not all heroes wear a cape. I believe this to be true of Michael Cahalan. That was an incredibly horrible case. You've got a sister, nephew. He's got to have serious psychological problems.
He had some issues that were certainly, I think, are part of the issue.
Thank you for your years of service there. I would also ask you, as far as the sentencing guidelines goes, I'm going above or below those.
No, it depends on the case, and certainly the guidelines will provide for the mitigating and the aggravating factors to fashion a sentence that's appropriate to the unique facts and circumstances of the case.
Okay. Well, I guess there's no question about who I'm voting for next week. You're at the top of my list. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I have 1 minute.
1 minute?
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Attorney Kevin Reddington. Couldn't say enough about you, how that you're always, kind and compassionate and listen. So I didn't want to say that. The other thing I wanted to do to add what you said, when we met, I told you that I was concerned when I did go out to prisons. They're different. I didn't know. I thought there was one standard for all prisons, but it's not true. When I went to Norfolk, for example, I met with someone and had a sport sweater on and pants and shoes, and it was like a community prison. But when I went to Bridgewater, they were in prison uniforms. And I'm thinking, why isn't it all the same? So I'm learning too, but it was wonderful. I learned from you. But thank you for the.
All right, thank you.
1 minute.
Yes, Councilor Hurley, take all the time.
In honor of Judge Walsh calling me, what I recommend you do before you start to work, get a robe. She showed up at my doorstep without one, first day on the job, so I had to lend her one. Okay?
Great advice. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. My turn to ask questions. I don't have any. I just want to thank you for your service. You have a stellar reputation on the East Coast and on the West Coast. And Councilor Hurley did a lot of work too, praising you and making sure that you got a fair shake as well. So you can thank Councilor Hurley. Her last Superior Court vote will be next week. And congratulations on getting the last Superior Court job in the last 8 years. So I think you're going to make a great judge. And our hearing is terminated.